Molt bon dia, buenos días. Són
Good morning. 5 minutes, 9 past 9 o'clock. So thank you all for coming. And you must agree with me, the debate on the housing industry is something that is very current. And in this new edition of Mallorca Real Estate Summit 2023, we can say that we organize every year Barbaran together with the economic department of the SERA group will try to find solutions. I hope so. If we don't find a solution, at least we'll have an idea on how things are and what is the situation in this industry, real estate industry. I would like to start by thank you who has helped us again, our important sponsor KPMG, CaixaBank, and of course Avini, the Real Estate Association, and of course I would like to thank them and others that have been working together with us, Grupo Ferrá, Mar Capital, Femenías, Construye Capital, Terraza Valer, Domus Vendi, Mallorca Design District, and Audi. And of course, I would like to thank the hotel, the Castis and Vida, that is welcoming us here with a wonderful day. Last year we had a few drops of rain. Today the sun is shining. The first thing we should try to do is to have a snapshot, an idea of how are things, what is the current situation, and what is to be expected for 2023. We have two experts in the industry from CaixaBank and from KPMG. They are going to start with an assessment of the real estate market analysis of 2023. We are going to hear Judith Montreal. She's working as economist in CaixaBank Research. So please, Judith, come here. Thank you very much for being here and welcome. Good morning to you all. It is a pleasure to be here today in this such an emblematic place. And in my first presentation, as Paula has said, is trying to have this general approach of the macro situation. How are things? We are in a situation which there's a lot of frailty and uncertainty, macroeconomically speaking, at the geopolitical level. So I want to show you the macroeconomic scenario that we are using in CaixaBank Research. Then we are going to move to real estate. What are we expecting for 2023 in all these really spikes of interest rates? And then a small note concerning the demand from foreigners, which is very important in the Balearic Islands. I'm going to tell you about an article that we wrote last year, and I'm going to share with you the conclusions. So these are the three parts. First, the economic environment. There are three things that are giving the main features of the global economic scenario. Energy, inflation, and the central banks increasing interest rates to stop inflation. Energy. When do we see? Well, last summer, after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the energy prices spiked very suddenly. Here we see it in the Brent and mainly the gas last August. And what we see currently is a very marked drop of the prices. And the futures of the energy market, we can see how these really low prices is these dotted lines. It's going to stay for the rest of 23 and 24. And this is excellent news because we had an inflationist shock and energy crisis in Europe. Many measures have been taken to cope with this situation. And we have had a very mild winter, which has helped. Has been very mild, so we have been able to substitute the gas imports from Russia by the natural liquid gas, and there have been many measures that have helped us readjust the situation. So now we have an inflation that had a very steep increase. We had this increase of energy cost that then it was transferred to the production of all the goods which are part of the basket, consumers' basket in the households. And then we have the blue line, which is the general inflation in Europe and in the United States. Some spikes, some maximum peaks got in autumn, and now we see how the inflation is being corrected. It's still high, but we can see a downwards trend. And our forecast, as you can see in these figures, in these charts, is that this downwards trend on inflation is going to stay, especially because we saw it in the previous slides. This pressure on inflation at the very beginning of the production chains are being slowly decreased, says there's no more oil to be added to the fire in inflation, so it's going to be less pressure. That's for the general inflation. Now, what we need to see, and that's the focus in the monetary policies, is the underlying inflation, the gray lines, kind of worrying in the Eurozone because there is still kind of upwards trend in a more sustained way, month after month. This underlying inflation is a bit worrying at very high levels, higher than the 2% goal of the central bank, European Central Bank. And it's worrying because if we have a high inflation above the goal, the threshold, if it stay for a long time, will mean that we cannot fulfill expectation. Now we have all these salary raises, that we have another cycle of inflation, this effect of a second cycle. We don't see that. We don't see this pressure from the salaries in Spain nor in Europe, but this is a risk, and what is concerning for the central banks, and it's part of the equation when they have to decide the monetary policy. They have to see whether we have already met the end term of the bit more increase of interest rates. If we go to the central banks, in order to take these decisions to have higher or not rates, these inflation pressures are important, and lines and the anchoring of long-term expectations. For this reason, the European Central Bank, taking into account the activity data and inflation data, if you only took into account this information, as it had announced, they were saying that there was still more increase in interest rates. Last week, there was a 50 basis points increase in the ECB. The depo is 3% and the repo is 3.5%. So we had in the last 10 days some financial turmoil, but before the ECB had planned to have still an increase because the data of economic activity and labor activity were very strong. So this is what we see in this orange line. This is what is implicit from the financial markets, why they did it according to the evolution of the interest rate, and they thought that in Europe they could even go to 4% in the depo. And what has happened? Since the first week in March, there have been certain turmoils. We had the Silicon Valley Bank in the United States, the crisis in Europe, with both had turmoil, and it means that we have become more aware of the risk for financial stability when we have this situation with an increase of interest rates, tightening of financial conditions that has been very fast. And this has required a reassessment of the expectations concerning interest rates to see to what extent the ECB is going to increase rates or not. If we see what has been happening the last few days, what is being deducted by the markets is that there could be maybe another increase, 25 points. The next meeting is in May. So there are still a few weeks before that date. We'll have some more data before the next meeting, and the European Central Bank has said that their decisions are going to be data dependent. So depending on data on inflation and activity, and depending on what happens in the financial markets, if there's more turmoil, they'll take one or another decision. We could think that the financial turmoils that we have seen have been something very focused, very intrinsic to certain institutions with certain features, and the decisions taken by the monetary institutions have been very fast and very correct in trying to prevent contagion in the financial market. But there's certain fragility. What we foresee is that there could be twice an increase of interest rates 20-25 points to have the deposit rates to 350. These are our forecast, but of course it's data dependent. And then we'll see, according how the data evolves, if this scenario it is confirmed. In the States, Fed is going to be more cautious. The interest rate started going up beforehand, and they are already in a restrictive area for 450, 475. There may be another increase, probably, but we will be in the end point. So now we need to see how long till the inflation goes down towards the 2% threshold. According to the ECB, that will be in 2025. So for how long it is to keep the interest in this restrictive level to try to bring down the inflation to the thresholds. We think that's not going to be in 2024 when we see a decrease in the interest rates. And we have to take into account that lapse, the delay in which the monetary policy goes down into the real economy. All this monetary tightening that we have seen from last summer till now hasn't had an impact on the variables, economic variables of the GDP and inflation, and we are going to see that in the next quarters. This is the introduction, the macro situation. Now I'm going to focus in Spain. What do we see in Spain? A lot of positive data concerning activity. The PMI indicators, which is the Purchasing Manager Index, so it shows what the companies think. We see how in last autumn they went into the restrictive area. But now we have started the year with some indicators that are very positive. Second chart, labor market. In Spain and in most of the advanced economies, we have a resilient labor market with a lot of job creation, which is supporting the incomes in the households that has been impacted by the high inflation, but there's employment there, which is helping the households to have their incomes. And third pillar in Spain, tourism, very important as well in the Balearic Islands. Concerning the arrival of visitors, number of people coming to Spain, we are 4% below what we had in the same months in 2019 before the pandemic. But when we check the expenses, there has been an increase compared to the pre-pandemic expense levels. So in this inflation constant, we see more expense because prices are higher. And we can see that in the blue line. It is the expense of the tourist that has gone beyond the pre-pandemic levels. And in the tourism industry, we foresee a very positive evolution for 2023. 2022 was very positive after the big drops during the pandemic. There was a recovery, and in the GDP from tourism, we were 2% above 2019. But this year, I think we'll have two things that are going to be leverage. That is going to bring us a higher increase. We have European tourism, short-range visitors. Last year we have all these overcrowding of airports, and if this year it doesn't happen, we should have better figures of German and British visitors that were impacted last year. And then we have the long-range tourism. Last year was below the pre-pandemic levels, but this year we think that this tourism coming from South America, USA, Asia will come back. And we have checked the data from the Canary Islands because the seasons there are different, and we see how there's a very good season with European visitors, German and British, which let us think that if things do not change, we will have what we have foreseen, a 50% above 2019. And I'm going to finish with this chart, this macroeconomic approach. We expect 1.3 increase for the GDP in Spain, which is smaller to 5.5 of last year, so we see a slowdown of the economy. But this is not a recession, it's a moderate economic growth, but positive growth. We have as well a decrease in inflation thanks to this drop of energy prices. We would have as well employment generation. The unemployment rate will be very similar to what we have now, even it could go down for some tenth points. So all these negative scenarios of recession that we were talking about after last summer, that's not going to happen. We have a more positive scenario. The same for most of the economies in Europe. For Germany, we foresee stagnation and a GDP drop only in the UK. The year has been conditioned by the impact on the economy of the increase of interest rates, the volatility of the financial markets, and the geopolitical uncertainty that is still there and is going to be still on the news. I'm going to move on to the real estate now. This is a chart in which we see some of our previsions. First, demand. What we had in 2022 was exceptional concerning purchase and selling 650,000 transactions, according to the Statistics Institute. This year, because of the increase of the interest rates and its impact on the real income in the households, we think there's going to be a drop of selling of houses for 100,000. But if we compare it to 650,000, it's a very important drop. But if we see the average of the last 15 years, this is still above the average. We have this drop of purchase and sales that's going to be made in the second-hand market. When we talk about new building, these are different typology, and there's a shortage of new dwellings. We think that this market is going to go very well concerning certification of new buildings, new housing, due to the uncertainty and due to these bottlenecks. It could be a year in which we would have 90,000 certification for new buildings, new housing. We saw data that weren't great at the beginning of the year and a very limited supply. But if you take into account the whole of Spain, we have 210,000 new houses, new homes per year, compared to 110,000 dwellings. So we are producing half of the housing that is required, structurally due to the demographic evolution of the population in Spain. I'm going to come back to that point later. The price of the housing. We foresee stagnation of the prices in nominal terms. Taking into account the indicator could be 0.2, 1.4. So this is a really slow increase compared to what we had in 2022 due to this slowdown of demand. Supply, as I mentioned before, the supply is not enough for the structural demand because of the demographics. And that's only the structural demographic demand. If we take into account the demand for second homes, for foreigners demanding housing, for reposition to obsolescence, the number is getting lower and lower. We have the analysis concerning the number of households and certificates of new dwellings in 3 years, 2024, the municipalities in Spain, and this is the map. In red is where there's a shortage of dwellings, which is really more important. In blue is when there's the required housing, taking into account the demographic evolution. Not surprising that the red is around the large metropolitan areas and the coastal areas, and of course on the islands. So these are areas in which the building of houses is not enough to satisfy the demand. Another message that we see when we do this assessment is that there's the building quality is better than 2006 and 7, where there was built when there was no demand. There were twice the amount of housings that households created per year, and now this is just the opposite. We have half of dwellings taking into account the number of new households. So the building is done properly, where there's a lot of demand, but it's not enough. If we check provinces, the Balearic Islands is in the third place, very similar to Santa Cruz de Tenerife and Tarragona, where there's this imbalance, which is the measure we use to compare household against dwelling. So here we see when there's more need, and we see the forecast of household creation from taking into account the statistics Institute, we'll see that there's going to be an increase of 10% household in the Balearic Islands. So the problem could get worse unless the supply can face this increase in demand. Now, to finish, what are the demands of housing coming from the non-residents? 2022 was a record year. You won't be surprised. We had more than 90,000 transactions of houses in Spain on behalf of the non-nationals, much higher than the 65,000, which is what we had pre-pandemic. So there was a lot of increase. You see the drop during the pandemic, but you see then the recovery, and it's exponential. And what won't surprise that this kind of transactions of housing from the foreigners is in the Balearic Islands, coastals, and the two archipelagos. And you see here the amount of that bought in the Balearic Islands. This brings difference concerning the price. If we have the Spanish municipalities classified whether they're tourists or not, and we do that taking into account the payment with the ATMs in our bank, CaixaBank. If more than X% in the municipality payments are foreign banks, then we know that is a tourism municipality, and we see how prices are so different. There's much more expensive in the tourism municipalities. If we see from the last quarter of 2014 to 22, we see the difference of the price of the house in tourism municipality, an increase of 40%, 49%, compared to an increase of 28% in the non-tourist municipalities. What may happen with the non-national demand? These coming from Google Trends, the soft search. The searches in Google that come from different countries concerning the intention of buying a house in Spain. We see in 22 we have this kind of yellow orange color. We see how in all these countries in 2022 there was a lot of interest to buy a house in Spain. And in 2023, in the first quarter, March is not finished yet, of course, we see that there are still very high levels. So many people are searching from most of the countries, but there's less search than what we had last year. 2022 was a year in which we had a lot of demand, and 2023, according to this indicator, as I said to you, is a suggestion. It's not a predictive indicator, but it seems to point out to the fact that it could be a bit less than last year. But we see how in Sweden, that's above the levels of 2019. So the interest of the search in Google concerning buying a house in Spain is still a very popular search. With a more long-term approach, we think that this demand from abroad has a long-term path in Spain. If we see the pillars of competitive in tourism, Spain, which is at top, because we have a lot of heritage, we have a good ranking as well in the other pillars. That is a strength. The fact that we are a very attractive country with perceived safety and security, good health services, which means that Spain is a very attractive country to come here. And another pillar or another lever for growth is the aging of population in Europe. We see how there's a lot of aging in the population, and we see here in these bars out of these 9 countries, which were the main purchasers of houses in Spain come from, we see the additional number of people that are going to be 65 or over that's going to be in these countries in the next few years. And in 2025, 900,000 more people every year in these countries. that were added to the population over 65. And from 26 to 30, we'll see how the aging is going to reach its peak. So in Europe, we'll have 1.1 million more people in Europe that will be added to this level of 65 and over. And this potential demand that has to be taken into account in order to observe it. The outbound markets, with the aging of the European population and high purchasing power, new ways of working. I mentioned the demographic data of over 65, but there's all types of buyers. Many people can work remotely, work from another country. Another feature, something which is required, is that in Spain the environment has to be positive to attract this demand from abroad. And then we have to take into account how other markets can be attractive. So it's our competing markets. We see many Germans buying in Croatia and other countries. So we have to keep an eye and see how this is evolving. And then last thing that we need to take into account, the public housing policies that have to be correct in order to mitigate the impact of all this demand coming from abroad, which can have an impact on the local house market. And that's all. Thank you very much for your interest.
Judith, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Judith, for your first intervention. And now we will continue with Francisco González, Director of Corporate Financial in KPMG. Welcome, Francisco. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this lovely place. I had prepared a presentation about investment. It does not pretend to be exhaustive, but we will see what type of typologies we have. So let's see. I want to focus my presentation on trends, which are the most powerful trends, in my opinion, for 2023, which might affect more the Balearic market. And this is the living sector, which is a little bit the focus of my presentation. As to the content, I will give some data about investment in 2022. Then I will explain the living sector, purchase, renting, traditional housing, new forms of accommodation, co-living, senior living, and elaborate a little bit. It's not quite new. It exists for some years now, but I think it's worth to see it a little bit. And then a third pillar, which is the senior sector, which is quite consolidated and has been here for some years. So what happened in 2022? First, data. Record investment, 16 billion investment. However, it's true that in the last quarter there was a certain downward trend, a slowing down of investment. And as consultants for investors, we are noticing that though this was a record year with and uncertainty, war, inflation, increasing of interest rates, seemingly at the end the liquidity of investors outweighed this situation, and it has been invested in a quite homogeneous way in all typologies. Retail, 300 billion, which is quite conditioned with the purchase of the filials of BBVA. And as to living, we have 3 billion euros for residential housing, and 2 billion for alternative, which is practically all assets for living. We have senior houses, nurseries, co-living, and we think it's a little bit the trend for the market for 2023. And what is the living sector, and why is it called now living and not residential? So there are now new forms of accommodations, and some of them do not necessarily have to be on residential soil, can be on dotational equipment soil. And so the sector was of the opinion that it's more important to focus on the service of this asset than on urbanistic situation. So we have traditional housing and more new housing as co-living, senior living, and consolidated assets as student residences, senior. And so the question is that all of them, the main characteristic is that's in long or stable accommodation. And it's where investors are betting for, in our opinion. The living model has changed. That's true. Maybe this is could be discussed. My chart. Maybe students stay in families and do not go to residences. So in former times, when you're married, you bought your house, and then until you are retired. Nowadays, creation of homes. Homes are now getting smaller and smaller, and we see that it's still in Spain, it's at the beginning, but in Europe we see that homes are getting smaller. And when I start my career, my labor career, it's much more difficult for a young person to access to the housing market, be it rental or property. So the geographical mobility is also playing an important role for work, and the co-living formula is getting priority more and more. And renting property. And when I come to retirement, maybe we have people living alone and prefer to sell out their homes and get some income, and then move to a senior living place with all services I need. I have people with the same situation and characteristics, and the same for the elderly. And so housing for sale. So I'm not going to elaborate too much. Some data. The transactions have been at its highest last year from up 2007, but the two last quarters in the Balearic Islands and in Spain, they have dropped. And in the chart, maybe you cannot appreciate it, but the last quarter usually is the quarter with the highest transactions. So we can see some trend here. And another data, the impact of Euribor. These are the average data, not updated data, between 2021 with average rates 550, where we were only paying the differential rate. And this represented 30% on the real income of families. And with an Euribor which I took 3.8, but it's not updated because the last 2 days it has decreased a little bit, and today is 3.4. But if we increase it a bit, we are talking about mortgages of 900 euros a month, which means 44% of the effort rate for families, and this in Spain. On Mallorca, as we all know, we have to start from this data, and this increases, so we have effort rates of 60%, which is quite worrisome, actually. And what can be with that. So I agree with the prediction of Kasia. I think in the following years we will face a slowdown of the purchases. Many people will move to renting. The prices might go up. And let's talk about renting then. So what can I tell you about that? In Mallorca, but in Spain in general, renting prices are skyrocketing, and that's why town halls and authorities are making plans to create affordable housing with maximum prices. Usually it's a private public cooperation for middle income people which cannot afford the free market prices. And why does that happen? I apologize for not having an updated slide here. Spain is the second country in Europe with the highest weight of for renting. 43% for rental are spending people in Spain for rentals. The average in Europe is 24%. And why? So I think this graph is quite significant. In general, the average in Europe, the free housing is around 65%, the housing park, and we have much more affordable and subsidized housing. And this is the gap in Spain with respect to affordable and subsidized, meaning that nearly all housing is on the free market. This is changing a little bit now because we see programs to enhance, to facilitate the access to housing with this public-private cooperation in order to release affordable housing on the market. And I think this is actually the challenge for the next years, so that these yellow bars come closer to the blue bars and the offer is higher to more affordable prices. Other things which have showed up as we have remarked at the beginning. Due to this shortage of residential soil, some new accommodation typologies have showed up, and on tertiary soil, as well as senior living, which can also show up in dotational soil. The conditionants are regulations. In many places, it's not regulated, but it's, yes, but we have to be careful because maybe this goes not in the direction investors wish. But it also depends here, I think, on the capacity of town halls to issue regulations which facilitate more accommodation, more housing, even on soils which are not purely residential in order to enhance or to enlarge this offer. Long-term duration and accommodation, so that it cannot be considered permanent or residential. So the time span has to be limited, since it's more kind of an hostage, it is subject to VAT. This is not the case of build to rent, which in the end is has a rental subject to another tax, which is ITP. But if I'm searching accommodation, I have a maximum amount I might afford, and regardless if it is for VAT or for rental, this is my amount. And but from the proprietor's side, it's 10% lower. It has to offer some services similar to hotel, laundry, cleaning, and so on, and financing. Some bank entities, due to regulations risk, do not fund this type of typologies yet. And now let's talk a little bit about co-living, which is one of these typologies which have developed on tertiary soil. We have urban, metropolitan, and coastal. As to configuration, the only difference is that metropolitan is closer to the core, to the nucleus, and is closer to town centers, and with all the infrastructure. What is the profile of the co-liver? Around 30 years old. It's not long time on the labor market, are usually professional, and usually lives abroad or in a different province. So co-living is quite sensible on the Balearic Islands. Because of all the foreign or non-national population is here. So we have some of these formulas in Palma. So demographic changes also favor this formula. More and more people living alone with difficulties to access housing. The feeling of living together with people, 18 people, and having an accommodation with all services I need, for sure. Co-living in Spain is still at the very beginning, under 3,000 beds in 2022, and but a forecast of nearly 9,000 for the following years. This was the year in which we had a strong investment in co-living. Up until now, we had nearly no investment. Now over 600 million. So up until now, it was focused in between Madrid and Barcelona, 90%. But now we are seeing here on the Balearic Islands, Valencia. But and since we have little product or scarce product, the occupancy is quite high. And many funds now are creating platforms for this formula of living. And now we have the senior living. So in co-living, as we have seen, funds are trying to create platforms, but here in senior living, I can say the market is, the Spanish market is quite present and based on demographic data, aging of population, 1 billion euro invest a year for the following years, quite reduced offer, very little managers which are specialized in that, and the profitability is quite high. So in this sense, funds are trying to create alliances with developers, with managers to develop this type of typology. So what types of senior living do we have? We have senior co-housing, which are kind of associations of friends, of neighbors with common interests, which create a kind of an association and develop with friends this typology of living and being with all type of services. And then we have the senior resort, which the difference is higher quality, usually at coast, and normally more dedicated to foreign public. It can also be a purely renting model, but in some cases, at the beginning, inhabitants pay an important amount in advance, and then they can sell out their right of use to a type of tenant, and so it's an income source. This is a little bit about the localization, where these cases are successful in southern East, Catalonia, Andalusia, and in urban soil as Madrid. I think this will be also one of the typologies which might have some future in Mallorca as investment. As I said, we do not have too much operators, Forum, Arcadia, some of them, but they manage little assets in general. So investors, since there is a possibility to get a lot of profitability, search creating platforms in order to get the highest profitability from their assets. Because in the end, all these incipient typologies, it's as with the other typologies, nursery houses in former times, if you see that the assets generate a high profitability, then it transfers to the value of the soil. And in 50 years ago, maybe it was 15%, and with the increase of Amazon and so on, all start to fight for logistic soil, and prices increase. And the most important is to have an important manager, which will be in the end the one who manages the profitability. So I'm not going to elaborate too much on nurseries. It's a quite consolidated typology based mainly on ratios of the WHO, with ratios which Spain does not fulfill. And the investment is quite consolidated here, but I want to mention in this sense, I think this will be one of the typologies which will skyrocket this year. And eventually, in the end, 2023, as conclusion, will be another year of uncertainty. I don't know which how many we have now. So we have to find institutional investors, typologies with more or less secure demand. By typology, I think co-living, senior living, affordable housing, and nurseries will be, I think, the top sellers for 2023. And I leave you. I don't know if I've exceeded my time. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Gracias a CaixaBank.
Thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you, CaixaBank and KPMG. We have already the snapshot. Numbers are always cold. That was the first opening into our event. Now we're going to get to some more warmer issues. We're getting the warmth of a woman that understands that architecture is being accountable and having a responsibility in the city, inside the city. She's Catalonian, half Mallorcan, I would like to say, because she loves her house in Banyalbufar, Carme Piños. She wants to be here this morning. And yesterday I was reading in an interview that for Carme Piños, luxury is not marble or height. Luxury means surprise, emotion when you enter into a building. Last year, she received here in Mallorca, in Palma, in La Lonja, she received the National Award for Architecture 2021. I'm sure that you all agree with me that La Lonja is an architectonical building in which every time you go inside, you feel this emotion and surprise. So we are going to see the architecture with a soul, to give a different approach to this different 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Carmen, for coming here and accepting our invitation. Good morning to you all. First, I have to thank you, not only for inviting me, but for the title you had given to my conference. When they said to me, your title is Architecture with a Soul, I said, oh my God, what am I going to talk about? Then I read the context. I do social housing. I do a lot of social housing in Mexico, but I thought that as this is an issue that's going to be debated with the other speakers, I'm thinking of Mallorca and how much I love Mallorca, how much I love the landscape in Mallorca. And the responsibility of the architect towards the landscape is so important, because an architect builds, but starts destroying, moving mountains, cutting down trees, and every action we undertake is there to stay. We cannot go back. So that's where we have to be taking into account what are going to be destroying before building and what's going to be afterward, because the landscape is the nature, how we see it, the intellectualized nature, and we always see the human being's activity, because landscape has this intellect. So we like to see, always seen with an intellectual process, so we like to see the footprints of human beings in nature, and we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful, especially architects. We are the ones that are touching more nature when we transform it. We have to be so careful. I have chosen some projects of some dwellings. I'm doing now a bodega, a wine cellar. I'm going to start building it now, a winery. So I'm going to start with something. I was saying these slides are not moving, but it's up to me. Okay, this is something I did in Melbourne. This is a park here. I was asked not to design a landscape, but something that was part of a park. We have a pavilion here, and every year they commission different architects. My client, now I'm building a house, wrote to me 2 years ago saying that this year, Tawanando is the one that's going to be building the pavilion, so I feel so honored to be on the same list of those that build the pavilion. We have Glenn Murcutt as well, and Theodore Andos this year. So, well, let me explain to you. Isn't this space here, and that's all the city of Melbourne, just in front. This pavilion is a place, is a bit of an interpretation of the Serpentine of London. I guess you know Serpentine, the Serpentine in London, but with more of a social attribute. What matters is what happens in the pavilion is open to everybody. She's a philanthropist, very rich woman, and every year she makes this gift to the city of the pavilion. I wanted to be part of the garden. That was my goal. It's in this part here. These were the foundations and round area where I could do something. There's some small mounds here, and reading the territory, then I designed the project. These are the small models. I always work with the small models at the beginning. We made them by hand, very small, because I always try to have very clear concepts in my projects. So with the hands and in such a simple way, I really managed to have a very clear concept of the project. That's my goal, to have a simple and clear concept before starting. Have you seen the little mounds that I mentioned before, which were around the space? So these little mounds are going to be part of the project. And the project is so simple as what you see here. These are two levels, two plans that fold, cross each other, supporting each other. And the third leg is the little mound. Here you see the pavilion already built. And it has covers halfway through the path. I'm not going to bore you with all the different sections, but it's a small sculpture that is part of the garden and strolling around the garden. People are strolling. You have the little mounds. So these were where people could sit to see the performances inside. And it's a small sculpture in the promenade. You see the mounds before mine. And I was trying to be part of all that, of the garden. I was trying to be part of the garden. And there's always the will to be sculptoric, to be in a sculpture. Projects have to be read in an abstract way. But they have to be accountable. And that's why I say to my students, before starting any project, we have to have the full script of the movie. Because architects, we are creating the environment where sociability is going to happen. We are all meeting here because we have an architecture that is hosting us, that is sheltering us. So the architecture is like a stage where we are going to interact socially. So we have to have very clear, we want to have very clear how we want people to feel before starting any design. At the same time, it has to have an abstract, plastic value, because we have to give a poetry to society. That's another responsibility we have. So we have to build things with harmony, which are beautiful from a plastic, from a visual approach. And this is why I'm always trying to do spaces that are useful for the program I've been commissioned, but at the same time that they create beauty. Here, you see the ceilings, and there's no ramification between the two lamps. There's a metacrillate. Between the two slats, sorry, there's a metacrillate, and two layers of wooden trellises, which means that when there's rain, the metaculate doesn't become like a drum. But you see how the water of the rain is running down, going to this kind of gutter that is going to channel onto the mound. So when people were here, they could see how the rain was going down through the gutter. They could see how the light was changing during the day. So you could have all kind of events here, but with this poetry, which is given there because you really feel close to the nature. These are the different things that we did. And here we see some performances and events. I could be talking on, and then I would never finish, so I'm going to move on to something different. Now we are going to travel to Mexico. This is a very small house, little house, a pavilion. And I'm going to do something that I'm going to show you later. And that was for breakfast, like a morning room for my client. She had a ranch. You cannot see very well, but there's a creek here, a canyon in Guadalajara. There's a beautiful creek here. It was forbidden to build here in this creek or canyon. And then the client wanted to have a small pavilion here on the edges, overlooking down onto the canyon. That's her training ground. She does some horse racing and competition. She doesn't call it ranch. She calls it something else because she has another place that is a ranch. That's like the stables. That's where she keeps her horses, stables or mules. And here, again, the ground is very, the plant on the ground is very clear, very simple. She wanted to have a place for a bed to rest, then a space to have barbecues with her friends. She comes at 6 o'clock in the morning, or he comes at 6 o'clock in the morning to train, and then he wants to have a breakfast area. So it's overlooking the canyon. And it's very simple. You have these 3 roof covers that are interlacing each other, and the windows are looking inwards, meaning I can't see the windows. Why not? These are walls that were there beforehand, and I wanted again to be part of the landscape. So the 3 closing walls, if I'm at the back, are the walls here. Here they have openings with windows, but the rear windows are inside. I can't really see them. But when we're inside, this is what we see. So when I'm coming in, I look out into the landscape. And when I'm inside, it's fully transparent. So from the outside, I am landscape. I'm rooted to the land. But when I'm inside, I'm floating. This is the horse of the owner. Okay, so then later on, because the little house that he built for himself had a huge success, and the whole family kept coming here, and I had built something for him, just for himself, and now he says he needs something much bigger. These are different pictures, but can you see how transparent is it? From the outside, you never believe that inside is going to be like that. That's the outside. And that's where the transparency would be. Okay, next one, which is here. It's not finished, but we started building it. And that's the pitch or the grounds for the training. But he wants a bigger house for him and his wife, for the children, for everybody. Now, from then on, he stays here and leaves the whole family over there. But what he wants is kind of strange because everything is open. The living room and everything is open onto the grounds, because that's his landscape. That's where he does the horses' grounds. That's where they do all the competitions, the tracks. It's strange. There's a little swimming pool, which is great. That's where he gets undressed. The water goes down in there, and then there's hot water. There's curtain, like the butchers, this kind of plastic butcher's corners. And then you go out where the water is already warm. That's his length in the pool. and the large living room opening onto the tracks, onto the horse tracks. So the show here, what you want to look at, are the tracks. Here we have the children's bedroom, girls and children, much bigger. So we are building the house. It's not finished yet. The large window that before in the previous small house was opening onto the canyon, in this case is opening onto the tracks, because he's going to plan meals and dinners overlooking the horse tracks and the horses competing, and that's where he gets undressed. The dressing room where he goes for a swim. But again, the same thing, the same goal, not to be very visible. I'm a bit critical when you see these houses that are built, and the landscape is like a TV screen. I don't like that. I want a house that claims the land. It's not about contemplating the landscape, but is embracing the ground and the landscape and the land around you. For me, it's very important that every room has its space, and you'll see it in another house, another project for Estremera, for here in Mallorca. My main goal is to take ownership of the lab, not discovering the landscape, not having this kind of big TV screen of a landscape, so we're just sitting there and looking at the landscape, hanging, and it's there. No. And that's a trend. And probably we have to blame Instagram, this kind of concept of everything has to be a picture, a snapshot. No, I want to live the land. This inside, the furniture is not mine. It's not finished. I'm going to try designing inside as well. But it's anchored in the land. Here we have the super barbecue space here. And this is the ceiling, the roof of the barbecue. But even the barbecue, I want it to be part of everything. And that's the little swimming pool. And this is the butcher's curtain. So he comes on here, has his lens, and that's it. And now we are going to see the winery. Here we are really committed to the landscape. Oh, we don't have a picture of the place. I'm anchoring two large roof covers in the land. That's all part of the vineyards. These are all the vineyards here. This is the production area and the social area. The increase of price in the last few years that you have mentioned. I must learn, I have learned a lot in those two previous presentations. I have enjoyed it a lot. I'll start listening to these people now. I'm so absorbed with the soul that sometimes I forget the rest, which is interesting. The price increase has led us to focus in the winners in having everything in only one nef, one part. It's underground. The cellar is underground. And I don't know, we're going to build the social area. But we have the wall here, which is bent. That's the shop. These are the offices. Like if there were a bridge here with the cellar, with the wine cellar, or the bodega. Is underground with the opening skylights at the top. So we were supposed to have two, now we have only one. Here we are. The two buildings will be nice, but now we see how I want to disappear in the landscape. And these are the bends on the wall, which give some rhythm to the facade. So I can have everything that we want to have in the other wing now here. So we want to have two wings, not everything will be in only one wing. That's just a note. It'll take us 1.5 years to build it. Now that's a small house. Well, it's not that small. That's a house. It's a large house, actually, 600 meters. I'm not going to be the project's manager, the building project manager, so I don't know how it's going to be. The final result is in Extremadura. At the end of this Tramontana, when it's kind of a slow going down, we have the Valley of Palma. You know, the regulations here are quite complicated. So I was required to have two rooftops and had to be with tiles. So what could I do? I didn't want to have it one looking the other. So I'm parallel to the inclination of the mountain. So you see that I'm kind of growing up half a meter, and it's just like a carpet of tiles that will be covering the rooftop cover. That's the model. We see how that's getting installed one after the other. Now you can see it here. Maybe the picture is not where we can understand it. This is one of the areas. It's one of the common areas. This is the parents' area. We have a meter more than the children's area, half a meter more. So we have the yard in the middle. There's no foundations. I can plant trees. And then I'm above the rooftop of the social area. And every space here has its own space, not only to contemplate but to touch. Actually, we have this yard for the children, but I wanted them to be able to go out and turn around if they are children and they want to play. But for instance, in the breakfast area, there has to be shaded part in the summer, overlooking the sea, looking onto the sea, because you can see the sea here, but taking into account the outside area, outside land, and the inside area in total symbiosis, being part of nature. You here can see very well how it's kind of moving, this house. I have to follow the regulations of traditional architecture, but the image here is more contemporary. I'm trying to give a more contemporary image, avoiding having the traditional roof cover. And that's the star. That's Pollensa. Maybe you know this Hotel Sombrul. It's a hotel that was an old state house. Belonged to a convent, actually, a religious order. That's where they used to go for the summertime. Like all the traditional houses in America, it's very solid, a lot of weight, austere, but solemn. I love the buildings here because they asking me to enlarge the spa, the base of it. And this is a big mass, but I wanted to rest on something solid. Then they asked me to have 4 suites, which is houses, bungalows, 100 square meters for each one of these small buildings or suites. So I always study the context, the terrain, this dialogue with the territory. But in order to dialogue with the territory, you need to know their history and tradition. I'm so lucky I have a small house in the Sierra Tramontana. I have 5 of these terraces, so I love about them, and I really love the tradition of the dry stone So this is my reading, and from this reading I built here these 4 extra dwellings. That's before my plans. These are the walls, they were deformed. There were some remains here of some walls. But it was kind of farming land. The forest was already kind of overgrowing, and then the swimming pool, the yard. At the time, the hotel was looking inside. All the exterior, all the outdoor spaces were around the swimming pool. That was the base of the former house and then hotel. And they asked me to enlarge the spa in this lower ground and build 4 dwellings here. There were some projects that hadn't been approved, closer to these attached dwellings, and as I said, I want to be part of the landscape. So, as you can see, this is my interpretation. I don't have all the designs, but you see these walls here, which were the remains of a farming past of all the area. I'm going to break them, and I'm going to reshape them again, turning them into dwellings. Here we have a dwelling, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And each one of them is looking onto a different side, and they're not looking onto each other. So every person that's one of these little dwellings thinks that they're on their own. And they think it's theirs. The only thing that they see of the other dwellings kind of dry stone walls. It's very good because we are different at different levels. The swimming pool is a bit higher, and what they view from the swimming pool is the roof of all this. The walls that we have here, I'm going to break them, and I'm going to grow here. Something that it was very important to me is the arrival of people. That's road, that's the entrance, and I didn't want at all to change this old view that you have of the old state house. So the dry stone wall here that was there, I just started to run. But when you run, you still see this dry stone wall because the clients were asking for transparency. That's massage area, that spa. They wanted everything very visible, very transparent. But I felt very uncomfortable because we have a solid house, and I didn't like the idea of resting on something fragile like the glass. This has already been built. I enlarged the terrace as well. I opened all the views, and as the roofs of these 3, 4 houses become part of the landscape that can be seen from the swimming pool. And the spa opens up as well. I will see it later. This has already been built. Vegetation has grown, so it disappears in the landscape, in the territory, in the land. And here you can see the spa by creating shadows and building pergolas. The base of this huge house is solid as well, even if it's transparent, but with all the shades, the house rests on something solid, and all the building work is everything that has been built is attached to the soil, to the ground. So it's not only panorama; it's a small piece of land. And there's a small swimming pool, and I think they have changed the furniture. They were recycled. But it has been very successful. They are always fully booked. And as you can see here, the wall of the adjacent house is looking towards another aspect. So those that are staying here I feel like the whole landscape is theirs. That's what they see. You go down a little bit, facing the landscape. There's a small living room here, bedroom, another bedroom. What do I do with the other bedroom? I don't do a window. I break up the wall. The window is here, a bit behind. As what I showed you before in Mexico, in Rio Blanco. Always avoiding seeing the glass. And the shadows attach you more to the ground. And this is the spa that before our building work, our design. So it finished here before, now we extended it to this end. You can see it here. It has been extended. These are the massage areas, massage rooms, with all these trellises that give you this shade, as I said before. The building has to rest on something solid. These are the pergolas and the little house over there. Everyone is protecting their privacy. There's privacy for everybody. And everybody is looking onto nature. And this is how it is now. From the swimming pool, that's what you see. So it has become part of the landscape. And now, last but not least, very fast, because when I saw they were performing La Caixa, I did the Caixa Forum from Zaragoza. I didn't bring it here because I thought that for 20 minutes or half an hour we didn't have time. And I thought it was going to be more important talking about the landscape, especially on this island, which is something exceptional for me. I think that Mallorca is one of the best islands of the Mediterranean in this sense, because the Mediterranean is unique. And that's our culture. We are fruits of the Mediterranean. So this is the best island in the world, isn't it? So we have to skip something. This salon La Caixa asked a few architects to design a project, and then they changed idea. Simply the business wasn't worth it after having us working very hard. Well, La Caixa said that they had changed their mind. They didn't want the hotel. It was a 40-some thousand square meters for a hotel. The challenge, well, there were two challenges. It was twofold. On one hand, 250 rooms, if I'm not mistaken. And for me, the challenge was not to destroy the landscape, to have integration in the landscape again, and then give those that are going to be staying in these places what they expect, to see the sea and to be with the landscape. So my challenge was that having 250 bedrooms overlooking the sea without destroying the landscape with a huge, massive volume. That's the area, very close to the beach. You can't see the beach here. This is the building. I break down the building. I integrate it in the landscape, then you'll see the floor plan. Here is where I'm designing a huge swimming pool, and the back rooms can view through it. This is a little bit the main entrance square, where you have the swimming pool and everything is in the upper part. And here means that these rooms could overlook the sea through this big gap. So all the rooms could be overlooking the sea. There were just a few that didn't have sea views. No one is perfect. So some of the rooms were looking onto the mountain, which is nature as well. This is the image. This is the big gap, which enabled to have a volume that is disintegrated to have a better integration with the landscape and the pine trees. And this big space here enabled all the rooms to have these views. It was very complicated, the whole complex. 5 restaurants of different categories. It was a very complex project. But we managed to achieve what the client wanted. We have this huge space here. This is the entrance in this kind of big square. And the other part is not kind of a square, an opening, more private, which was for the enjoyment of the residents in the hotel. And that's all.
Karma, muchísimas gracias.
Many thanks, Karma, because you will all agree with me that this architecture with soul has fed our soul, and not only the soul, in this World Day of Poetry, in case you do not know. So you made poetry, literally. Thank you for this so responsible architecture, not only with society, but also with the surroundings and landscape, and for telling us that, as Mallorcans, that we live in the best island in the world. We love it as Mallorcans. So many thanks. And before the coffee break, let's start with the first round table with Pep Verger. We'll debate about strategies in times of uncertainty with Josep Oriol, former of CaixaBank, Jordi Castineira, KPMG, Sandra Verger of the Association of Constructors, and Biel Huguet, Rajoles Hidráulicas. All welcome. Pep, it's your turn. Thank you. First of all, I want to introduce Josep Oriol, Director of CaixaBank, Sandra Verger of the Association of Constructors, Jordi Castineira, KPMG, and Biel Huguet, the General Director of Rajoles. So after poetry, let's come back to the hard reality. Oriol. 2007, the second to the last crisis, yes, bank and real estate crisis melt together. And in these last 2 days, very strange things happened. What is the situation now? Can citizens and entrepreneurs be quiet, tranquil? Yes. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. And yes, after the presentation of Karma, it will be complicated to give a good presentation. I think we can be tranquil, quiet. 2007 was a very strong crisis, financial crisis, which hit our country and especially the real estate market. After 2014, we have been working with very solid factors, and we are working now in a scenario where the demand is always over the offer, and we are applying 4 or 5 basic principles. What led 2008, 2010 the bank to the crisis? Yes, getting soil developments and non-finished products, and this generated real problems. And actually, majority of entities from 2016 do not exist anymore. And what have we learned from that? We have now a completely regulated sector now, and in order to avoid these problems, we do not want to stay alone. We do not want to be with developments. So funding is very difficult. When we fund a project, we know from the very beginning what we will provide and all the parts in the project, and we are also requesting a lot of conditions because we want that the mortgage load can be spread between all of us. And one more requisite, we work with professionals. We have to flee from what happened in the 2000s, where two people came together and it ended up bad for every one of them. So now we try to work with professionals, with experts which know this work. As to what you said, can we be tranquil and quiet? I think Judith told us, yes, at the moment in the European Union, we have not been hit and the basis is solid. We have faced COVID, which nobody expected, and we overcame it very well. And then a rise of commodities, which was amazing, which might have broken the increase of 21, 22. And we continue working. We try to make it well. So this is our idea. And I want to convey an optimistic message, because if not, I do not know what we are doing here. So we are much more tranquil now. Sandra, from Europe, it seems that a new type of construction is being enhanced, more sustainable, different. Are the constructors of the Balearic Island prepared for that? Yes, I will answer with another question. Is anyone prepared by now? I think this is key. Constructors are prepared. I think constructors have proved a lot of overcoming capacity after this crisis, which has hit mainly the construction and real estate sector. Nobody came to help us. They had to renew, go ahead. So I'm convinced that if today they are not prepared, they will be when the moment comes. So I want to convey that message. And to situate a little bit what has happened from 2019 on. It's true we had pandemic, but 2019 the green agreement was signed with some basic goals, and mainly to decarbonize the construction sector, because 40% of energy consumption is focused on construction in Europe, and it's also responsible for 36% of emissions. In Spain, at least at that time, we are not leading. We have 30% as to energy consumption and 25% emissions. And this is one of the reasons why this green agreement was signed. So 55% of emissions have to be reduced up to 2013. That's a lot for Europe. In Spain, 26%. But now they want to be more demanding, because they have adopted a last agreement, which is amendment of the regulation for edifications. In 5 years' time, all buildings have to be of nearly zero consumption. This is the goal for the future, but the new public services buildings must comply with that in 2026. And in Spain, from 2030 onwards, the state administration will not be able to rent out any building which is not with zero consumption. So this is the scenario. So what's my opinion? Until now, the administration has treated us as an operator. And so now it's time that we are treated as a strategic sector. And we need to narrow this public-private cooperation, establish alliances, and we will need the help of the public sector to face all these challenges. What is the role of enterprises in this sense? It's not only scaring, it's also an opportunity. They have to be more efficient, sustainable, industrialized, and digitalized. This is a must for companies, and maybe my colleagues here can help me. But as to funding, not only solvency or capacity will be a factor, but also sustainability, social and environmental. And in this sense, we have regulations from the European Union to comply with. When you speak about private-public cooperation, when you speak about construction as a strategic sector, so now I think it seems that you are demanding for help. You mean new rules, money, or... No, I think we will need to help each other, because if we have to comply with these goals, it's we will need to help each other, administration and our sector. What would I mean with that? I mean that the construction sector has been always excluded, or nearly always, for any subsidies, also for qualification for workers. So if we have to turn and become more industrialized, we will need cooperation on behalf of the administration. So we need to work together, because separately it will not be possible. So Sandra talked about sustainability, and this is something which is quite transversal, which affects everyone. Will it reach a long point? The question is, will it be necessary to get funding? So, we apologize, but the sound is not getting in the booth.
Más eficientes a nivel de coste, ¿vale? A día de hoy me voy a la antítesis, o sea, es lo que decía Sandra antes, o sea, es que no podemos parar la ola viene, o sea, y esa ola de transversalidad nos va a convertir a todos en sostenible, ya no diría verde, sostenible, que no es lo mismo. O sea,
de acuerdo.
So often we mix sustainability with green. Companies which are not... does not work. Thank you. So companies which are not moving towards sustainability will face important problems in some years with funding. Nowadays, we have funds which fund only companies which are sustainable. And in brief, as to capital consumption rules, in brief, they will only fund sustainable projects. And what does it mean? What I mean is that the company has to be sustainability components. So there are different components, environmental, social. I think it's a quite interesting issue we could debate a lot about. And in the end, the real estate sector has a part which can be very much sustainable. But we have been talking about economy, circular energy, waste, decarbonation. This is all very interesting, but the S is also interesting and important, sustainability. And to provide you some data about sustainable funding, in 2022, we were talking in general funding in Spain of 60 billion in Spain. 1/3 out of them, more or less, was funding for sustainable bonds, and 50%, 30 billion, was devoted for sustainable projects based mainly on energy efficiency, investment in energy plants, sustainable transport, social, which we leave a little bit aside, because we are talking only about green funding, but E&S goes far beyond that. So we have to be green to request, and we have to be green for the goal for which we request. No, not necessarily. You need a green component as a company, as fulfill certain sustainable criteria, some drivers, visible drivers, and with these drivers, the funder can prove that he is funding a sustainable company. Bieluget, rajoles hidráulicas. I think everyone knows more or less what is an hydraulic tile. But the question is, what is the key to your success? How did you made it? It's a long, very traditional company which faced difficult moments, as nearly every company, but now you became a classic, more or less. What has happened? So to define what is success is a little bit, makes me a little bit uncomfortable. So we might discuss about that, but all I can say is might be discussable. For me, one thing is paramount, and I have been defending it. And I have an idea of architecture, of beauty, of understanding the world, of understanding what is Mallorcan, and from there on try to develop that. This has taken a lot of time and difficulties, and in the last years it has been working. It's better because we reached people who value that, and we bet for design, for human architecture, for individually tailored architecture, and also to become international. So I wanted to say there was no remedy for that. Yes, it's true in the end to go beyond Mallorca. It was necessary. So no one is a prophet in his land. Yes, we become we have international projection. I have been studying abroad. We are Mallorcans from the world, but we go beyond. We go abroad because there is no other possibility. And in the first stage of the economic crisis, to move ahead, my option was going to Europe. And Europe welcomed us, and many important architects, European architects, matched with our colors, with our product, and we feel quite well. It's our tradition, our product. So we could recover, first of all, this tradition, and now we can share it with many people. So, what has happened? So that Huguet became a renowned company, and though in Mallorca it's still, there are different stages, and if you allow me, maybe it's a good place to say that I took the manufacturing 97, and can you hear me now? Yes. So I used to say that we could develop, and in 97, thanks to foreign people, after 30, 40 years destroying our heritage, our materials and professions, there was this first important foreign wave of people who wanted to purchase traditional houses. This was very important for us, and still now the private foreign developers bet for this traditional architecture, not in general, but which in previous times Mallorcans did not value. Maybe now they do, but for now it's not affordable for many of them. So this tailored architecture is many people cannot afford that here, so it's very complex. So those German people who came here, I'm very thankful, I have to say, because they came and they valued our product. Now they have trained people, and much more people value now this architecture, but we have to be quite thankful to those people. Yes, very clear. Oriol. Did banks learn from what happened in 2007? What are your precautions so that it does not happen again? So before answering your question, which I already answered, I want to refer to the question of S. In CaixaBank, we bet strongly for social housing and affordable housing, and we have committed the first three plans for Madrid, developments of 15,000, 18,000 housings. So we bet clearly for affordable and subsidized housing. It might be a question of debate, the prices, models, but depends also on the administration, private, public corporations. We are still fighting in other transactions, but this is of paramount importance for us. And sustainability will be social and environmental in these cases. Yes, I did not remark that. Yes, it's true that as to sustainable funding, Kasha was no discussion on top. Yes, in the reports. So, no, the medal are our directors who are working on the field with the clients. And maybe developers think it's too demanding, but it's also a warranty that projects work, that sectors which have been very damaged, as the real estate and construction sector, do not lose their reputation. So not all entities received bailed out, and so for us, since it seems that we are in a better position and more acknowledged, we have to be very careful. But yes, care and scaring can be mixed sometimes. And for developers, maybe it might seem, a lot of obstacles. No, we give, there is funding. And because, as Judy told, there is not too much housing production, so it's so we have a very short offer, and so we will provide funding. But so the money I borrow, we have it's the money from our holders, and we have a responsibility if I lend money. So we have to be careful and also with enthusiasm, because we live from what we do and not from what we do not do. So the question is now to find the right projects, the best projects in all senses. And this is more or less the idea. Sandra, we have been talking about European funds, and they are also very much linked to the world of construction, and it's a huge importance. And when we started talking about European funds, is that they should serve to transform the world, or the Mallorca at least. It would be something extraordinary. Did they come to the world of construction, to the sector of construction in the Balearic? Yes, they should be used for that, or serve for that. The European funds, from 10 euros, 7 out of 10 will have an impact on the sector. So we are a lever sector in this sense. But how is it reaching us? Directly about tenders, public tender. It's an important problem we face here is that many prices have not been updated. They are very old projects from administrations, but we have to see that materials had in 2 years the same increase that in the 17 years before. So it's not okay to make a tender with these figures. So and this can jeopardize the execution of these constructions. As to the residential sector, we have been the second to the last territory in which we had the calls for reconversion of buildings. and the helps can reach up to 80% of the performance. So it should be a good initiative. But the problem we see is that on one hand, the management is focused on the agent, and the property community has to have the resources, because when you start with such a project, for this energy efficiency project. So with the increase of interest rates, with the ongoing price index increase, I doubt that all these funds can be used, which is linked to the goal of emission reduction. So from the entrepreneur side are some proposals. We say let's not focus only reconversion, take also into account a private sector, and so let's increase edificability so that it's viable. So if we want to make huge performances, we need to include the private sector, because if not, we will reconvert only 3-4 buildings in the entire Balearic Island. So we need to change a bit.
So, if I understand correctly, there are going to be funds, but we won't be able to make the most of it. Oh, yeah, there are funds. We'll be able to make the most of it? No, I don't think so, unless there's a modification. How they were published, you all know that when you want to offer a subsidy, there's a lot of bureaucracy. You have to fulfill so many requirements, which, of course, I understand there has to be control. Everything has to be checked. But if there's no simplification, and if the private sector is not taken into account, this kind of large project of renovating a whole neighborhood, because you want to renovate and revamp a whole neighborhood, is not only about the insulation, it has to be a more holistic renovation. If not, it won't work. Excuse me if I'm being a bit tiresome. So it means because the excess of bureaucracy won't let us make the most of the funding. No, it's not only bureaucracy, there are other factors. Now, the person that can access the European funds is the residence community, or a person, or a promoter that owns the buildings. The economic ability or capacity of the citizens is not at the level, maybe, to face all that. So there's many things. It's not only due to the excess of bureaucracy, but it is due as well to the uncertainty and stability in economic terms that we see now with what's happening with the interest rates. It's going to be tricky to have all the initiatives triggered from a particular approach. Yeah, it's complicated. The administration has this concept of renovating agent or rehabilitation agent and residence community, and this is a very weak legal person. It's something that didn't exist before. The rehabilitation agent is something new, so it's delaying everything, and time goes by, and it's delaying the access to the funds. When it was set up, I don't know who had this idea of this way of proceeding, made things more complicated. Maybe there was no better way. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of speaking here. But doing a renovation or rehabilitation or the stairs in the building, we have residence communities, complicated. Everybody wants to do it. Everybody agrees with the needs. Yeah, that was Sandra, and we are saying the financial ability is limiting, and the current financial situation makes it more difficult to have co-investment in the residence communities to use the funds. It is going to be difficult to have enough time in order to do all the reinvestments required with all the funds that should be channeled. Yeah, it's complicated. And I don't think it's about excess bureaucracy, as you are saying. I think it's due to the current economic situation. The methodology used as well to channel the funds to the real economy and everything means that we are in this situation in which we'll have to give some money back to Europe without having invested them while we still need them. I think this is a disaster because there were so many high expectations. Or myself, I thought that everything was going to be changed and nothing was going to be the same as with the pandemic. But everything is the same, more of the same. Jordi, now please play the role of guru. Interest rates, they are going up now. 25% points, 25% points twice. These are the provisions. What do you think? Oh, I would love to know it. I would be delighted to be clairvoyant. I think that my answer will be even complicating things even more. Okay, I'm going back in time. And I do an assessment of the Euribor since it was set up, which was set up in 1999. Euribor, if I'm not mistaken, is at 3.54%. We came from the Mibor data, 15, 14, 16%. So when the Euribor was announced, everything started going down and it was adapted to the real European economy. And up to 2008, and Ariel must remember that very well, because we were already all born here, we had an Euribor that was moving between 2.5 and 4%. Then we had a crisis, and then suddenly we had a period of time in which the money was worthless. Is this normal? I don't know. To my mind, the concrete has value, the brick has value, brick and mortar has value, tiles has value. All the different staples have value. Money is that for the banks and for the financial services. Does it make sense that it has no value? I don't think so. I don't really understand what is the future of the economy. But when we have a staple product, you have to attach some value to it. And my personal point of view is that it is very difficult, and I'm making a mistake here. We are not going to have Euribors at the levels that we had in the previous years that were negative. So I think we're going to stay stable at which level? I'm going to answer like the Galicians, as my surname may hint. I don't think it's much to see any real between 2.5 and 3. You go to the first ranking of value till the first crisis. People were planning, thinking that they had this Euribor. It was about planning. The problem what is happening now that all the planning beforehand, all the budgeting, all the strategies in the companies, not only in real estate but in any industry, they were done taking into account that interest rates, Euribor, or the cost of the money were going to be zero at the term. And then we have a Euribor rate of 3.5. As Franz said, you had different margin of 1.5. Your debt has been multiplied by 3. But most of financing has been fixed. For individuals, yes, everything has been fixed. The problem is not the value of the Euribor 3, 3.25, 4. The suddenly of the increase, which hasn't given enough time for the families and companies to adapt. That's what I think. And maybe Judith or the economists could explain it better, but I think that it has been so sudden, this increase. So overnight, there was a very sudden increase of inflation, and now we are trying to stop inflation by increasing interest rates. How many points have increased? It has been amazing. Never we have seen such an increase. And what is difficult to digest, especially coming from a negative interest rates. And then the final value, yeah, we'll adjust to it. Yeah. One is said, there's no problem because you're planning, knowing what is the value of money. Okay, we should finish because coffee is there waiting for us. Biel, in order to conclude, if I have to do a renovation in my house, why should I use Huguet, your products? Don't say because of a good price, because I don't think that's the answer, no. No, we can have different options. There are different options. We can talk about it. But I want to say something, following what we have heard before, which I think fits in the debate. The next generation funds in our industry, we haven't got them. They are not getting out to us. I don't know how it's going to happen. We are investing a lot. We are trying to do a lot of innovation, but the funds are not here yet. We are hoping that they'll get to us, but they are not arriving here. But I think that not only is in the hand of the public administration, I think that developers, architects, they should try to help the small or the industry here, the manufacturing industry. We, in the last 40 years, we have been losing manufacturing industry here because everybody's gone into the tourism industry. And there has been no solidarity, there has been no protection to the local products. So I think we should be a bit committed. So what do you get in the north, Mallorca, in the north of Mallorca, Greece, wooden floors, parquet, all these things are not manufactured in Mallorca. So maybe in the private industry, we should be committed with the rest of the local manufacturing, because there was a lot of talk about local produce during COVID, but let's be honest, that hasn't had any impact. There's no empathy towards the local production. So we should talk to the administration and others, but I feel sorry because I have friends and clients here and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want you to misinterpret my words. There's everything, of course, but I think it's true. I think that there's a lot of work to do here, and in the building industry and in the manufacturing industry, we could enjoy having developers and hotels that will have more empathy to have a more local, solid economy. Of course, we have to improve a lot. We have to acknowledge our blame. It's not right to be always blaming the administration, and we have to be more ambitious, more professional, more efficient. We have to be able to sell to the world. So it's a shared blame, and that's it. I'm going to finish. There's one thing that I have accepted and acknowledged, Paula. We do poetry. We are not bestsellers. We are going to have these kind of large fiction books, bestsellers. But it doesn't matter. Those who like poetry, who enjoy this type of material, we don't sell a tile. We sell something more, a history. There's something beyond the beauty per se of the tile, about the human factor, beyond the human scale and sustainability and tradition. I think that we are contributing to build a more diverse world and richer world with our singularity. And we have to be brave, of course. So I hope to find people that share my values. As it happens in Mallorca, first the ones from outside will have to come here. We have to go to London, to Switzerland, to Denmark. We have been valued there, and then we have been valued abroad. There'll be more people here that will really acknowledge us. Thanks be to God. We are already better known. I know what happened in the building industry. Everything is slow. We have a few projects now with David Chipperfield or Ren Kulas or Norman Foster's. All these things take years to move on. And that's like all things in America. When we see that there's a thing that happening that Noeta, Veganos are interested in what we are doing, then the locals will start doing it. Because here in Mallorca, we are kind of lagging behind. We have to follow the trends. Okay, thank you very much. Now, coffee break.
30 minuts per fer aquest cafè.
30 minutes. They took 15 off.
Naineki. Bueno, estamos ya preparados para...
Are we ready to move on to the next session of this morning?
Más fuerte, sí. Bueno, todavía tenemos a alguien que habla, pero bueno, también este evento nos tiene que
Well, of
servir,
course.
o eso prometimos, para hacer networking.
This event is about networking as well. So that should be at the end of the seminar. At the end, when the sessions are finished, we'll have plenty of time to enjoy some time outside this beautiful terrace, this beautiful castle, in some villa hotel, to enjoy the good weather and to keep networking, which is something that we really need to keep doing in these times, in these current times.
Muy bien, lo vamos consiguiendo. ¿Sí? Sí, cuesta. Pues ahora sí, vamos ya con la siguiente mesa redonda. No veo a la moderadora.
Now let me see. Aina Ginard, where is she? She is the facilitator of the next panel. She's in charge of the economic part. Javier Del Hoyo, José García, Isabel Rosé, María José Aquilo. They're all here. All the members of the panel are here ready to start. Good morning to you and welcome again after coffee break. We're going to talk about residential. What's the current affairs? Is the hard news. We always talk about housing, housing emergency. Problems are real. We can always see them. And in the first part of the morning, we see this snapshot, this kind of broad image. But now I think we should focus on the detail, focus in and see details of different aspects. And then we should move from the theory to the practice. Now in Mallorca, what is happening? As we're talking so much about housing, the panelists that we have here are great. It's a privilege. We have a lot of diversity in the panel. And I think that we have the opportunity to explain what is not right and to confirm what is right and true. And from your own knowledge, to get to know the insights on the housing industry. And we have a very expert audience. We have an international audience, and people that have a lot of knowledge are here among the audience. So, first question, how will you describe the current situation in the residential sector in Mallorca? Javier, in charge of the fiscal area of KPMG in the Balearic Islands. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I understand that our approach on the market, in a specific approach in the Balearic Islands, something that we have seen in the whole morning. But I would like to focus on two things. First, there's tension concerning prices. That's very obvious. And then another concept that we have to take into account is diversification. We have seen that in the previous presentations. It has been mentioned, Francisco has mentioned that we are seeing new ways of residential housing, and we need to adapt to them. Mallorca, for its specific features, is a very specific field, whether we can see things like senior living or senior residential. And these are going to be the trends in Mallorca this year. We have as well Isabel Roser. She's a social broker and advisor to the Builders Association in the Balearic Islands. And she has been talking about the social corporate responsibility for years, when we even didn't know what it meant. So that was 10 years ago she started talking about it. So how will you define the current situation in the residential sector in Mallorca? Well, first, thank you for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity. I didn't know today was the International Poetry Day. But our title is not very poetic, but we are in time of change, for a change of era. And we all feel that we have to go faster than we can. But it's the time in which, when we have to face a lot of uncertainty, we have some certainties. As Sandra mentioned, the climate emergency, the loss of biodiversity, and the growth of inequality. And we have to embrace all these things and take them into account in the residential industry. And that's having an impact. And we see these kind of micro tensions in the sector. And I'm not going to talk anymore for now. We have Jose Miguel Artieda. He is president of the Association of the Agents of the Real Estate Properties. Good morning to you all. How to define the current situation? That's your question? Well, we cannot enter into many details now. I like talking with data. That's part of my trade. And if we talk about the situation concerning housing, if we take into account the fact that there's tension, and tension means that more than 30% of the income is devoted to rent, and then we are overstretched because more than the 80% of the territory in the Balearic Island is going above this threshold. So we are talking about tension is not enough. If we see the problems, people have to access the purchase, is difficult. We are national leaders, 1,250 euro for the square meters, and that is an emergency situation. It's an acute emergency. And then rental. Again, unfortunately, we are leaders at national level concerning the price of a square meter, 14.20 for a square meter of rental, added to the fact that there's nothing to rent. Whatever is available is not even published. To make it clear, there's rental trafficking. The real estate agencies that have the products, they can decide who to rent it to. So we could talk about housing crisis. So we see everything together in a bundle. Then we are facing an extreme dire situation concerning the chances to access to a house, to the main dwelling. Maybe the foreigners don't suffer that, but here we are in extreme situation. We have here as well Maria José Aguilera. She's Vice President of the Hotel Federation from Mallorca. Welcome. How would you describe yourself? You are the last one, so you can repeat in equality of condition. How could you describe the current situation of the residential market in Mallorca? Well, first, I would like to thank the organizers and the sponsors for having invited us to be here and giving us a voice in such an interesting forum with a lot of knowledge and a lot of talent, which is for everybody to exchange ideas in such a complicated and complex construct, to see where we can cast some light and can contribute to face it. I'll try not to say what has already been said, and I'm going to share the view we have from the hotel industry. Isabel, she mentioned that there's a lot of uncertainty, but some things are very certain. Concerning the certainty, we have to go towards sustainability, towards renovation, rehabilitation, a more smart and efficient use of resources, because we have so many challenges: decarbonization, climate emergency. The hotel industry has been working in the last few years and carried out a transformation and a repositioning of the product, embracing many of these questions and perspectives in order to add them to our roadmap. So humbly, from our industry, we can show you the knowledge and the commitment that we have embraced and that may inspire other industries to follow the same type of practices. And of course, housing. The housing is very complex, complicated, and from a business perspective, we are impacted as well, like other economic industry. The lack of access to the houses is making it more difficult to have workers for the companies. And I don't think this is something happening in the hotel industry, but in other production industries. This is a very important obstacle that has a negative impact on the quality of the product that you can offer and in the productivity and competitivity in the destination. It's a very complicated situation, but it's not due to what has happened in the last few years, but it's because of our the history record, very complex regulations, a lack of global consensus, a lack of a strategic vision of territory, which means there has been no continuity. We have been stops and goes, interruptions, problems. All this has led to such a complicated situation. If we go to the recent news, last week the European Commissioner from the Markets and Capitals answering to a question from an MEP from the Balearic Island. She said the Article 60 of the functioning treaty of the EU bans the any restriction linked to movement of financial means to purchase goods. This can only be accepted for reasons that the European Court of Justice can consider valid. There was a lot of noise afterwards and comments and reactions, so I don't know what she's saying that can happen or not. It wasn't very clear after her comments. It is feasible, and would that be a solution, putting limits to the purchase of dwellings for the non-residents? There's no clear and easy answer to your question. In the EU institutions, that comment from the Commissioner mean to trying to defend an essential principle in the EU, which is the free circulation of capital. The free circulation of capital is one of the basic freedoms on which the whole EU community regulation is based upon. To be clear, or trying to explain it in easy words, this principle prevents giving a different treatment to the nationals and the non-nationals from different territories. Not only whether they are resident of the EU, but even outside the EU. So, I don't want to be radical. I don't want to say it's impossible to limit, not to ban, to limit the purchase of dwellings for non-residents. In the case of Mallorca, there were some proposals made in the last few months, but from a legal approach is going to be very complex and difficult to implement. Well, we take for granted that it's not easy, but would that make any sense if it were possible? You say it's complicated, it's difficult, but if this was possible, would that make sense? I've been discussing this issue with colleagues from KPMG in Germany. We are in close contact with them. We have a work team that is advising on issues related to Mallorca. And they're up to date on what is happening in Mallorca. They have a special interest. Many of them have a house here, moreover. So we have been exchanging ideas to see what's their approach concerning this specific subject. What they are saying to me is that they understand the problem, and in fact, for us, this is a problem as well, very often, because we are not a multimillionaire. The fact that there's an increase in the price of the housing market in the Balearic Island has negative impact for us as well. We cannot buy the house where we would like, so maybe we have to move to other places. What we want is to buy in Mallorca or in the Balearic. So, linking it to your question, I have to think about it. And I'm not sure that 100% of the problem will be the non-nationals. Maybe we should look for something else because they are impacted by the same problem. And they have to think about purchasing, depending on the price, of course. Maria Jose, going back to the same recent news, you mentioned that before. There's not enough workers in all the industries. The hotels are going to get ready for the season. They're going to be opening very early. You see that many hotels are subsidizing part of the rent. Some hotel groups have built apartments to house their workers. This is news because that has been happening for years. We see as well that they're thinking of converting hotels into housing with 50% of social housing. That hasn't worked. There has been no one applied for it. So what do you think is the best way to try to have this required dwelling for the workers? Well, concerning housing for workers, as you have mentioned, on the hotel industry, for a while ago already, we have been trying to propose ideas. Now it's more critical, but it's not the first time. Very often we had shortages of workers because we had to bring them here. But now it's more acute, more critical, because we have lost a big part of available housing that were originally intended for residential use, and now they have become a business and they have become an economic unit. And there was no urban planning that would have taken that into account, and then that distorts the living together. So I'm talking about holiday rental. That's what I'm talking about, holiday rental. The hotels, many of them will remember that when we had the beginning of the tourism activities here, at the time, the hotels provided housing for their workers. But years later, we moved on. There was a lot of progress from a social perspective. When we talk about sustainability, before someone said sustainable is not only linked to the environment, but there was a bigger step forward. All these people that came from outside to work, they didn't have to live inside the hotel in an environment that maybe couldn't be suitable for the whole family, and they couldn't integrate in the whole land. But this thing changed, and they managed to do that, and that's good for the social question and balancing things. Very often, we have been trying to help them looking for the rental and giving the guarantee, but I don't think it's the employer's responsibility to give this service, and it's a global and transversal problem. I think we should be working together. Very often we talk about public-private partnership, but from an approach which is not realistic. To my mind, public-private partnership means actively listening and working in a participatory approach. And it doesn't happen. They don't go to those that have the knowledge that could supply the solution. The public-private partnership means that they tell you what they have in mind, and that's not efficient. I think that can work when there's a contribution from both parts, when there's debate and when they listen. So currently, I think that we need a lot of collaboration. I think that the housing problem has many factors. I don't think it's due to only one single thing, but we have to face it in a very determined way. And talking about data, because Jose Miguel was talking about data, being factual. Okay, I'm going to share with you the evolution of the tourism apartments. If we go back to 2012, there has been a growth of the number of availability in holiday homes in 197%. And in 2012, it was for 18,000 people, and now it's 103,000. So it's a growth of 204%. Part of it are the villas, the fincas. These are not the ones that are generating tension in the access of housing. Now we are talking about many of the pluri-family buildings. Most of these units are in this kind of housing buildings. There are mechanisms and options to do inspections and control to release this part of the housing market, which is essential. And we could be using all the technology resources Going back to the problems of access to housing, José Miguel, this is not a recent problem, but it's becoming more and more acute. What has happened that we are where we are today?
I think mainly forgetting what the INE, or the Statistical Institute, was telling us. If we see the population increase in 2002, Balearic Island 800,000, 2022 1.2 million. This is 400,000, more than 400,000 more. This has not been taken into account, as well as the rhythm of housing creation up until 2009, due to the inertia of creation, 12,000 housings a year, then a break, and in 2000, more or less 2,000 a year. If we take into account the average of units per family, we need actually 20,000, more than 20,000. So we are forgetting that. I don't know if we were not able to face that or to see that. I think the focus was more on social housing, which is good, but only at public level, but not as what we are talking here, public-private cooperation. The IBAVI has certain resources, limited, but needs more help. On the other hand, maybe the focus on big holders. I would like to know data which show which percentage do big holders hold, because the focus is now on non-residents, and I think other measures are required, which are now being debated and discussed, but we are rear. So, Isabel, the construction sector has to be sustainable, socially, environmentally. How should be built in order to be neutral as to carbon in 2030? So, mainly, as Carlos explained, have a more regenerative and resilient vision on climate change, because all the efforts are so that climate change is not catastrophic, but climate change is here. So, as José Miguel said, all these factors can increase or worsen with all this social tension. But to provide also some details, in the last report of Green Building Council for Spain, the 6 emergencies for constructions are decarbonation in its entire life cycle. So it's important to consider that a building starts from the design onward until the demolition. It has to be all with this vision of lifespan. So it's not about another glasses. So it's about thinking on the long term, circular economy, being creative in a limited world, scarcity of materials, which will increase. So we have to be smart, health and welfare of people, renovation, integral renovation of buildings with this strategic vision, material, people, biodiversity, so care for our natural ally, and a resilient society to this climate change. So not thinking only on the building for the moment, but more on its entire lifetime. And this means an entire new culture of thinking, of building, and linked to the conversion or renewal all this renovation wave, we have to think that all these figures of high impact we have in Europe with all what has to do with decarbonation has to do with our quite old-fashioned park or portfolio of houses. As to figures, Spain needs increasing by 5 the annual rate of renewals, 120,000 more or less, so that it has zero emission in 2030, and 10,000 public spaces or buildings. So an important challenge here. And in this report of green building is necessary the cooperation of all sectors here. So we are now in changing time, and we have to be daring and be pilots. And I think the administration has to be has to have a role of a traction engine. So, another very brief round, maybe. Maria Jose, in the hotel sector, which has been a reference as we read in the Económico in detail, as well as in the social part, qualification of workers, enlarging the season. But can this be a reference for the construction sector, this social part, this way of sustainability? Example. Can it be set an example? I think the hotel sector has been learning along in order to see how it can strengthen its commitment with the territory, be more respectful. And I think that from this point of view, at the level of all the refurbishments in 2000, many new mechanisms have been incorporated, and in order to reduce this footprint and manage all these questions in a better way, using new technologies as to energy efficiency, combining different renewable energies, monitoring consumption, sectorization, and in order, for instance, to stop a water leak very quickly, and also adapt more to individual requirements as to temperature, and all of that has been useful to improve installations, and working together with the Foundation Impulsa as to circularity. We are working for many years now with companies which are in this foundation, creating tools, because we need to make a diagnosis and an assess of what we are doing. And yes, and what we demanded was not only to work on this vision from a sectorial plan of view, changing to a more global use approach, and changing these parameters and connecting with all agents, with all stakeholders in this field. So maybe Javier now. can you talk a little bit about taxes? How does fiscality taxes affect demand and offer? So, as you can imagine, to provide data from the final price, which is paid for a dwelling, if we take into account from the very beginning, some studies suggested that around 25-30% are taxes. So I dare to say that in the price of a house, so how does it affect price? So the price consists of value of soil, of building, and of taxes. So it's a very relevant factor, and it's difficult with the administration to match all pieces, but there's certain ranging room to enhance price decreases in houses, taking into account the high percentage of taxes in the final price. Possible solutions. So here, decrease of prices. Jose Miguel, we have been talking about senior living, co-living. What is your vision of today's solution for the emergency now and in the middle term? So we could have several sessions to answer that question. So your personal idea. Yes, it's true. When we prepared this gathering, we lacked some data. The last population census we have is from 2011. Ibiza recently made one, but data are lacking, updated data to understand the problem and provide a solution. So we have the Housing Observatory, so it has to be updated, and the census of the municipality. So all we have heard here are valid proposals, immediate proposals, but I would bet, given the situation, for an pact between sectors, the public-private cooperation, also having an important part of the budget only for social housing, maybe create another figure, another housing figure. We have the free housing, but why not incentivize all citizens to release their products with tax guarantees, with advantages, to funded or prices, meaning more or less 15% below market price. I think this should be considered so that citizens rent out their properties. And Isabel, to finish, we have heard that it's very difficult to spend all funds for renewal and energy efficiency. But can this money reach Palma, and how? Okay, for the how, I think we have to inform very well how this process is working. I think we have to make a creative effort to communicate how this is occurring and to request for funds. So I'm happy that I was in La Caixa. My father got a consultancy from the bank. I think it's still an important, reliable figure for people who might be interested, and so that at the end we have a vision about the entire process, because we are all eager to get that money, but the control demands by the European Union are very high. So it requires a certain paperwork, but we have to facilitate that. I like very much the translation form in Palma, how it has been done, this unique window. But in the case of my father, he made it via the bank. So elements which facilitate this and make it more easy to understand, it's important for me. But the money does not come from on overnight, and so the reality is that it's not quick, and it's 2050 when we want to be decarbonized, not tomorrow. So we have to be quick, or we have to have a certain rhythm, but not to over accelerate, because this might demotivate, because this frustration feeling, this is something we should avoid. Now, when society has understood that it's not a question of ecologism, but of economy, going back would be fatal. And Balearic Islands have here an opportunity to be pilots and to be leaders, and as in the former roundtable was said, using our knowledge, our know-how from resilient architecture and all that. Okay, so we can leave it like that. So we finished with a positive message. Many thanks to all of you, and very interesting. And let's continue. Thank you.
Bueno, pues seguimos.
Okay, we can continue. As you know, the Mallorcan company GRAS with MRV that have led the conversion process of Gomila of the company Camper in an intent to combine heritage with creativity. It's a project which is quite demanding, in which the conversion of an entire neighborhood is intended. And if I'm not wrong, 7 of the buildings are already going, and it's an ambitious project built to rent. And these are 3,000 square meters outdoor, 9,000 common areas, parking, shopping area, for a conversion of a very beloved neighbor area of Gomila. So we have José Ignacio Velasco here, who is a senior associate architect, and Guillermo Reynés, who's who is founder of his architecture office, so that they can explain a little bit about their project. Thank you.
Tenemos un puntero, ¿no?
Sí. Vamos cambiando. Bueno, muchas gracias en primer lugar a los organizadores.
So thank you very much for the kind invitation, first of all, and to the sponsors. I'm going to introduce briefly our office. RTV, which is a studio founded in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands, by Minimas. So this strange name comes from the capitals of its grounders, and 320 employees with satellite offices in Paris, Berlin, Shanghai, and now with a little space on Mallorca. We work in all type of scales, urbanistic plans, objects. So we have created a lamp some months ago. And I'm not going to elaborate too much about the projects of our office, but this is a good opportunity to illustrate how we work where in countries where we do not have our market, as France, Germany, Netherlands, with a narrow cooperation with local companies, which complete our knowledge. And in this case, this office is leadered in this case, with a leader as Guillermo, the fluidity is warranted. So very good introduction. I think you know me a little bit better. I am Guillermo Reynés. I'm director of Gras Architectures. I come from an architecture family. This is a picture I want to show you because now we are in Gomila. And this neighborhood with new users, new companies, new residents will use. Very brief. We work mainly in Mallorca at different scales, touristic, residential, commercial. And let's go directly, dive in Gomila. I think for that it's very important to understand the neighborhood, the context. Where does Gomila come from? What was it and what will it be? So El Terreno, as most of you are from Mallorca, is at the east of Palma. This is a picture of the end of the 19th century with the Bever Castle at the rear, and with all these villas, which were summer villas. A very good natural enclave with, natural habitat for residential development. This neighborhood grew slowly. This the picture from the 20s. These villas multiplied, and the beauty of this neighborhood is that there are still some of these villas, some memories from former times, and here you can see Plaza Gomila perfectly. So this was the heart of the neighborhood. It was its origin. At the beginning, it was the garden of family Gomila, which was converted to a public space and became more lively. And this heart, apart from residences and as a garden, became more urban, more commercial, and the tissue then was linked to Palma. So at the end, it was a quite integrated neighborhood with Palma. This development continued, and with the touristic boom, Gomila and El Terreno exploded. And apart from this more local atmosphere, it opened to the world. Some of the first hotels on the Balearic Island were located in El Terreno, Paseo Marítimo, some very famous public as Jimi Hendrix, all around this heart of Gomila, which was of Plaza Gomila. And when it decayed, it came apart, the entire neighborhood fell apart. And so at the structure, it started being very connected with the sea, It was densified then with time, and then in the 50s and 60s, more developments, the big infrastructure of the Paseo Marítimo, now 2 lanes, and at that time it seemed to be a necessary infrastructure, and it was what motivated the change of paradigm of the El Terreno. It was a facade to the sea, and then it was it not anymore. It was more kind of yes, a cushion between the Paseo Marítimo and the castle, and very different characteristics. We have high density of the Paseo Marítimo, the villas with gardens in the castle area, and the middle area, which is a little bit nobody's land, which generated urbanistic and social problems there. So the consequence is that in the end, El Terreno became a very eclectic, mixed neighborhood, which we think it's something positive, because cities are not ecstatic. We cannot pretend to have an old-fashioned neighborhood. We have find now this contradictory constructions from which I think we can take advantage of. And this may be a little bit forgotten buildings. The majority of these buildings are good buildings, but they are left aside, and this is something we can trace back.
This eclecticism is very visible here. We have all type of buildings, this landscape of various architectures, and it's what we try to show in our Gomila project. Is the central part. You can see the Gomila Center building, the main one, and everything around the Gomila Square. So the diversity existing already in the neighborhood is something that we want to show in our proposal of Plaza Gomila. Very important is the role that the client plays. The client had a vision, had the interest to invest in this area. It can be very obvious, but it wasn't that obvious because this area has been kind of abandoned and neglected for 50 years. The whole diversity of the neighborhood and the idiosyncrasy of El Terreno really links with the values and philosophy of the client. It's a Mallorcan company, part of the family, the camper company, are the ones behind the Gomila project. And as Nacho says, that links with the philosophy and what MLRV and the firm are looking for in the urbanism and architecture. So we have the contest, you have explained it very well, and then we have the commission as well. And the commission was, I remember very well, the first meeting we had back in 2018, and we said, well, we don't know we'll have our name, but we want to have the principles and philosophy. Which principles and which philosophy, and how will that be reflected in architecture? Well, first, we know we rely on the fact that design can change things. The design of a building can make a big difference. So we rely on the fact that there's impact. Buildings have an impact on their surroundings. And the second main principle is the Mediterranean concept, Mediterraneity, being Mediterranean. I really love Carmen at the end of her conference. Mediterranean brings two things together. First, tradition. Secondly, sustainable. There's nothing more sustainable than having to adapt to the climate. And that has been the threading line that had helped us have the architectural definition that we are going to share with you right now. This is a little bit bird's view of the 7 projects that we have here. The main idea, the most important thing of this project is not Guillermo's ideas nor ours, is the client's. Our mission is to link the success of the project to the recuperation of the square of Gomila, Plaza Gomila. That's what we try to achieve. That's the challenge. How are we going to, without doing any physical projects in the square, because it's not within our area of work. So we do what we have there with the tools, el terreno, with the features, with the soul that you have explained very well, this collection of different types of buildings, this eclecticism that we have to embrace. We don't have to get rid of it. On the contrary, we have to embrace it. Something that we thought was very positive, that 4 of the buildings are buildings that are already there. They are existing buildings. The largest one is the Gomila Center. We have been talking a lot about decarbonization and its challenges. So we stress a lot the operational carbon, all the systems of energy generation, but I think that we should take into account the carbon produced in the buildings, the cubic meters of concrete that we save when we transform, we revamp a building instead of building a new building. We need to estimate how many solar panels we need in order to see the positive impact that has this building that hasn't been knocked down and rebuilt. And then we have a villa that mentioned Guillermo before, and then the square. These are the things that we already have there. We're talking about eclecticism and colors. One of the tools that we had in El Terreno was the fact that every single building was unique and individual. Last night at dinner and today, that was one of the subjects and one of the main themes of the project. How every building has a very individual feature. If you go to El Terreno, you stroll around the upper parts of El Terreno, all the villas, all the color you can imagine are there, from the brightest reds to the darkest green. All the colors are there. So what have we done? Well, the building, all the elements of the building, not only the facade, but the frames, shutters, everything is covered and colored. It means that the quality of color is intensified and is more readable. So this is one of the tools we have implemented, colors. But not only colors, but as well volume, linked to the type of building and the program we want to have inside. And then the interior spaces and the exterior spaces of each one of the dwellings. We have many different typologies because all the lots are different, and even they're all around the square, the features are very specific, and we are going to see them now, one after the other. Here is a summary of the square meters, the surface of the different dwellings. What you can see here is that everything is working like if it is a family. The more buildings we have, the stronger it is. This light urbanism that we mentioned before, that we want to achieve with these buildings. Like a family, the more, the stronger. And this is the final result. As Pablo mentioned, 5 of the buildings are finished and 2 are not finished yet. And Guillermo is going to talk about them. So I'm going to start talking about every one of the buildings. The first one, Quizás, is the one that is more extroverted. It's not the one that has more facade onto the square, but onto Jamila, both going towards Andrade or going towards Palma, both ways of looking onto Joan Miro's street. That's why we thought that that had to be the flagship. This building has to be the flagship. And then the lot is so complex, so complicated, that anyway, we had to have a specific type of building. Here, these are internal games, our own grammatical game. We are trying to speak architectural grammar or language and design language. Mainly, summing up, the project has a lot of facade between 2 streets. And there's a difference of level or altitude of more than 2 meters between the upper one, Robert Graves, and Joan Miró, which means that some of the dwellings are very deep on the western part, and these at the tip are less deep. This triggers climate strategies, crossed ventilation, sanitary lighting. All this is due to the plot of land we had, to the plot itself. That's the accordion view of accordion section, and you can see how the different topography means that every dwelling is different, because they open onto both the streets. They have facades onto both the streets. Before we're talking about surprise, architecture has to have this wow factor, this surprise. The user or the guests that go to visit the resident in this dwelling, they'll be very surprised. There'll be a wow factor when they go into this facade that has only 3 meters, and there's an atrium of 12 meters and a depth of 14 meters. So the luxury is not in marbles, but in cubic meters, sorry. And this is the gradient in the width of the dwellings. And you can see that on the facades as well, even in the definition of the modules of the different panels we have. Here we see the street width. There's a huge facade, so the scale adapts to the length of the street. That's a view of all the qualities that we mentioned before. The light from the top, because of the depth of the plot of land, and the inner yard, the atrium. Gomila Center, that's a very important building and requires special attention. It's the heart of the city. This is a building that was very important for the project, because without this building, the project was impossible. That was designed having in mind the square. Is original from Pedro Nicolau, a very good building back from the 1979. And at the time, the neighborhood had evolved towards leisure. It was leisure area, so the ground floor, first and second floors were kind of leisure areas. So it was a commercial building, and it was designed for this use. So you have here the square opening onto Gomila, and you see the volumes there. It's a brutalism approach, and that's what we have to highlight, this brutalism approach. And that was a bit the symbol of the decadence of the neighborhood. At the time, it was a novelty, it was a wonderful building. Many of us, we went to some of their premises at the time. But in the last 15 years, there was a total decadence there. So the premises were very poor products, squatting problems, there was health issues, sanitation issues, very complicated. That was a big challenge, not concerning the design, but mainly concerning the management. There was already a horizontal division. Some neighbors that were still living in the upper plant, and they were living with the premises at the lower floors. So we couldn't buy the whole building. We had to buy the lower plant, the lower floors, and we had to live together with the neighbors living above. It seems complicated, but not impossible. Before we're talking about the residents and the stairs in the buildings, apartments. Yes, complicated. There's a lot of management in order to achieve a goal. So the original building of Pedro Nicolau has undergone cleaning, giving them some kind of polishness, recovering the existing elements, and highlighting the proper good features that were there, because the starting ground is good. The basics are good. We just need to recover everything and show it again. That's the square I mentioned, open onto Gomila. And we have this kind of internal street that crosses the whole building, combining the commercial uses of the lower floors with the residential use of the higher floors. So we have this central tribune linking the lower floor with the upper one. So you can go from the Plaza Gomila, you can go up the stairs towards the Belver Street. That's the heart of the project, Gomila Central. And it's the heart of the neighborhood as well, the heart of Gomila. So in this kind of micro-urbanism, we want Gomila Center to become the center, the pole of attraction of the whole proposal. All the neighbors can go there. There's a gym open to the local residents, the residents center. So we don't want every building to be just something isolated by itself, but everybody has to be enjoying the different uses of all the buildings. So opening up the area to the city as well. Moving on to the Mediterranean living, the original building had already some large terraces with very important roofs for protection from the sun, and the sun is highlighted with the refurbishing. It was already in the original building, and it has to do with what we are saying now, sustainability and Mediterranean living. These are the casitas, the adjacent building, the little houses, and he's going to explain them. Yeah, I'm explaining the new building. Yeah, another member of the family, of the Gomila family. This is at the east of Gomila Center, on distant part. And here, what is specific here, again, talking about different languages, how complicated the plot was, the plot of land. According to the regulation, it has to be aligned onto the street, even if there's a footpath of 60 centimeters, which means that the typology is going to be very complicated. And what are the solutions that we have found? That's very architectural. So we divided the facades in parts of the same size. We organized yards to have ventilation in two facades. And then we saw that we could be connecting the different units from both streets, Robert Graves and Belver. When we link them, we see that there was a point that was blocking the visual continuity, and we decided to do a transiting. We were trying to slice in it. I don't know how to say it. These are the features of the dwellings. So they go inside into the yard, and the outdoor space is on the roof, and the roof as well is terraced, because again the Belver Street has a lot of gradient. You can see here the final result. And here, when we see all the buildings together, is when we trigger this dialogue, maybe more diffuse. Both have a facade, a short facade with one window. Again, these are composition games. If we had a black and white picture, we wouldn't know in which time these houses were built. That's the inside. This is the neighbor's stairs, which means that there's more light from the yard in the living room of this specific house. This is the stairs, quite interesting. And we are looking forward to having people moving in and having all the people can enjoy these terraces. Third new building, is the building Terra, meaning earth. It's a very simple, direct concept. This is the Joan Miró Avenue. We have 3 levels plus the attic. And in the Robert Graves Street, we have 2 more levels underneath the roof. And you see here the difference in the gradients, in the altitude. So we want to see what was the best thing of this plot, was the views towards the castle. So we have this kind of a terraced roof looking on to the castle, with something added, which is the swimming pool at the end. It's a bit what Guillermo has said before. All the buildings have something, or have a whole set of elements, swimming pool, plaza, that everybody can enjoy it. But it's totally integrated in the urban area. It's not an enclosed space where everybody has their own private swimming pool. Now, this is open onto the neighborhood, and we think that this is essential in this project, different from others that have a similar program. First time that someone used the swimming pool. Normally there's a sunnier. That was November, in fairness. And that's number 7, building number 7. Like in all large families, there are many different siblings. This one is shy, is the shy child. This is maintaining an already existing building. It has been recovered. There was a historical bar, Belver Bar, in the square. And we are trying to highlight the rooftop. It has wonderful views, wonderful, looking onto the bay, Palma Bay and Gomera. The building per se is not extroverted. It's the combination with the other buildings that make it become part of the family. We are going to finish. That was the first stage of Gomera, the 5 finished buildings, and most of them, 80% have already been inhabited. We see no businesses opening, and this pull effect, there's a call effect, there's more life in the area, in the neighborhood, there's more investment. So we'll go back to where it was before. Now, that's the Virginia building on the east, and the villa. The buildings are the ones for the last stage. La Villa, the villa, is a small building. We have reached an agreement with Cement and Madip. They have 4 apartments for protected living for people with disabilities. At the bottom, there's a supermarket already there, and they're going to keep it there, which is redesigning, and we revamp it. And the other building, Virginia, with the yellow there, again, a building that was there before. That was a hotel beforehand, then became residential. So we're going to start refurbishing it after the summer, beginning of next year. Going back to the debate that we had before, the access to housing, I think it is very important that the obsolete tourism infrastructures, hotels that are not fitted for tourism, they have to be converted into residential. We need to know how to do it, but it's very important that all these buildings that are not close to the sea, kind of a 5th or 6th level from the sea, they become residential. So we'll recover what was there. And in order to finish, a global view of the neighborhood, a stroll along the neighborhood, how it is looking now, and stressing the need to have this kind of micro-local urbanism, because in the Balearic Island, there's going to be no land or very little land or plots of land to develop. So it's very important that the city grows inwards, recovering spaces that are already there, diversify and give them a new use. Gomila is an example that can be very helpful to generate this kind of trends and dynamisms. That's all. Thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias a los dos. Además, en esta
Thank you very much to you all, mainly this morning, in which we realized that architecture has soul, because in this presentation by Nacho and Guillermo, we have seen how a family has been born, and within the family we have some buildings that are, some of them are extroverted, others are shy, others are brave, but mainly what it is very clear this morning is that architects have to be brave as well, because refurbishing this part of Comunidad requires being brave. And Camper as well has been very brave. So well done, congratulations. Now, next speakers are going to be very brave. We're going to have a panel. Necanedom is going to be the facilitator. Is the important subject in this emergency crisis we have for housing, housing for all, and finding solutions to this emergency concerning housing. Decane, here you are with José Ila, Jaime Martínez, Hans Lenz, and Montserrat Pareja. Welcome to you all.
¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos? Sí, sí, sí. ¿Os podéis? Aquí, por ejemplo, sí. A ver.
Pues aquí, ala. Venga. ¿Aquí o aquí? ¿Dónde me pongo?
Yo, el alcalde aquí.
Aquí, ¿no?
Sí, sí. No sé qué dice el protocolo, pero vamos a poner aquí al alcalde. Hola, buenas.
Good morning to you all. I'm delighted to see that we are still all here. It has been a very intense morning, but very interesting because no one has left. We have all been seated and listening. So I hope that we are not going to disappoint you. We are the ones supposed to give solutions. So thank you for being here still. Okay. We're going to be talking about housing for everyone solutions, housing for everybody, for all those living in the Balearic Island, or housing for all those that cannot access housing, or housing for all those that want to come to live in the Balearic Islands. I'm sure that Hans will have something to say here. I think it's important that we talk about solutions, but we have heard many interesting data concerning the situation in the island, and we all know about them. Last year, I think we closed December with an average of mortgages of 230,000 euros. That's the mean mortgage that was signed last year in the Balearic, 230, while the average in Spain is 110,000. In order to have an idea, benchmarking, we have been talking already about the price of rental, and the number of empty stocks is only 10 years old, or the census or the registry of empty stocks is only 10-year old. We don't have the number of empty houses or empty dwellings in Spain nor in the Balearic Islands. But it's clear that we have an emergency concerning housing in the islands. And I think that we are all going to agree about that, even if we have different views. Do we need more social housing, more protected, subsidized housing? What do we do with this increase of population? 50% of increase in the last 30 years. How can we face legislation that has been urban containment in the last 20 years, since we have in Jaime Mata's time the territorial planning, all the town planning regulation, the master plan of Palma, we're going to talk about it, all the different regulations. We have pressure on the territory. Is the ones that are coming, is the non-residents. Very often we remember, I remember very well when we didn't want the Balearic Islands to become like Hong Kong, and now we are like California. So these are some of the ideas that I'm kind of sharing with you. And now we have José Illa, my love, the mayor of Palma. He is a candidate of the PSOE for this party, economist. Next to him, that is good that you're together. We have Jaime Martinez. He is the president of the PP of Palma. He's the candidate of the PP, candidate to the elections for Palma, architect. So one of these two is going to be the mayor in the next few months. One of you two is going to be mayor. Unless there's a big surprise, one of both is going to be the mayor. And then we have Hans Ley, you all know, the president of the ABINI, which is the Association of Real Estate Developers. The International Real Estate Balearic Association. And then Montserrat Pareja, she's an economist, and she had the chair of housing in the University of Barcelona, and she's a member of the European Network for Housing Research. This is a European research that focuses on housing, research on housing. So we have been giving many data this morning, but now, Montserrat, I would like to start with you because you have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of data. So can you give us the context, this emergency situation that we're living in the Balearic Island, because you are passive resident in the islands, you know the reality of the islands. Can you give us the context? Are we an island, or we live in a connected world? And there are other places that are encountering the same challenges. Yes? Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. I think that is happening in other parts of Spain, in Europe, and we have been talking a lot, many things. We have been talking about housing emergency, but not social housing. Some people have mentioned the social housing, protected housing, but the issue is not housing for specific groups of people, vulnerable people, but the problem has become mainstreamed now. There's the mainstreaming of emergency concerning housing because there's no access to houses. The access to houses is very difficult for everybody. We have our many data. I'm going just to mention a few of them. In the case of the Balearic Islands, very different to what happens in other countries. We have an affordability index, which is estimated taking into account the number of years required to pay for a housing. Take into account that you invent the total of your salary. You don't see that, but we see really high column going up, this is the Balearic Islands. So 16 and a half years that you devote to pay your housing, paying with your whole salary. And you go to Madrid, 8.6. It's a big difference. So here, the stress is that we should stress the lack of affordability. First thing I would like to mention that when we talk about housing, from the European perspective, we have been saying that housing has to be focused in a holistic approach. It's not only the architect, not only the social worker, not only the real estate manager or the developer or the researcher. Housing is very important, so it needs to have this holistic approach. And if we try to solve, and that's what we are debating now, trying to find solutions, we need to solve the issues concerning housing. We need to have a holistic approach. Someone has mentioned that all have to commit. Each one of us has to commit on our field of experience to solve the problem. That's one of the first premises and one of my first thoughts. Second thought, linked to what probably is going to Hans is going to say after us about residents, is the problem of supply. There's not enough supply because we see an increase on demand, but the demand is not only increasing in general because the families, well, they have less children, but we have a lot of new arrivals, people that come as a tourist and then as well, and that happens everywhere in Europe, people that come here to stay long times, long periods, so long stays here, and that has an impact on the rental market. And I'm going to stop now. For me, the solutions require to take into account the rental market. This build-to-rent is a rentable asset that could solve one of the most acute problems, is that the rental stock was the social housing solution for you, because we don't have a culture of ownership in Spain. Not everybody wants to buy a house with a little garden, no. For many years, the rational option was to buy, because you compare rent with mortgage, it was more beneficial to buy. But now the rental is going up so much, and the pressure on this part of the market is very important, and as part of the solution should take into account the rental market. And now, yes, I will finish. We cannot understand housing without understanding the concept city. And for me, we are very lucky. We are not France. We don't have the banlieue, the suburbs. Housing for everybody in France, they put them outside in the periphery, there's a roof over their heads. And not only in France, in Portugal, you have neighborhoods in which you don't even need to speak the local language, French or Portuguese. There's not even integration there because you don't need it. It's not only housing for everybody, but it's having the concept of the city. When we talk about segregation, we have to take that into account. We all know as well the phenomenon of gentrification, and here is very obvious in the Balearic Islands. So I think we need to face all these problems, which mean that there's a lot of demand from people that have high purchasing power. And if we don't take that into account, we are not facing the problem. We don't have certain neighborhoods. Remember, a neighborhood was a very authentic neighborhood. We want neighborhoods where people can live in, not only certain groups. Let's say, not even millennials, no, the rich yuppies, young urban professionals. These are the ones that can have access to driving the city. Is affordable to them, but then the city is transformed, and that's all I want to say now.
So, Hans, housing for all. On the Balearic, I cannot resist asking you that question. We have heard about the big discussion now in the media. I don't know if it's the big problem of the Balearic Island, but at least it's the big discussion. Is it necessary to ban the purchase or the selling out of the houses to non-nationals, because the requisite will be at least being 5 years registered as a resident. But this problem affects also the hotel sector, many sectors. So I know that you would pose me that question. We are now 1 year discussing about that, and maybe for one time I'm going to overhaul you. We have 7.5 billion transactions on the Balearic Island in 2022. This is 50% over the year of the crisis, and this is a sample of the big activity we have had, an explosive demand after the pandemic, and this has had an impact on social, on prices. So the discussion is now, how can we fix that? Banning or limiting non-residents the purchase, taking into account that this is an economic engine, 500 million euro. We should be careful with that. So we have had a population increase. It's the community which has had the biggest increase in the last year, but unluckily all urbanistic plan of all parties went in a different direction, limiting growth for affordable housing, which is the big damage in this scenario, and the housing for resident has been left aside. So the situation now is trying to focus or approach more on non-residents, which can be also people from the mainland, workers for companies. The administration also needs 2,000 people, and we are not attractive for them, because if we see this together with demographic situation, lack of planning, and so the income per person, we are now dropped to place number 7 in Spain from place 2. So this has more to do with data than ideologies. We need a reserve of housing for residents, and if possible, it can be activated very quickly via a decree. If we all work together in one direction, we will reach that, and the bubble of reserves of the city of Palma could be a solution. They have 50-60% of social subsidized housing, so it's not about having a difficult discussion or polemic as banning the purchase. So when we talk about social housing or subsidized housing, we think of social housing. IBAVI is for that, but there's an agreement to increase the price, the number of social housing. So I don't know if the diagnosis of hands on Palma, if this reserves, this helps, this cooperation, public-private, is part of the solution. Carmen Martinez, what do you think? What is your solution? Do you think also that there's a lack of social? So we have heard a lot of data, which I think enable us to have an overview. One reflection. I think we are where we decided to be, and I think this is good because there is a hope that we can reach what we aim at. So from 99 on, when this limit to growth was approved on Mallorca, what we have made is banning, classifying and ruling, and at the same time population increased, 100,000 more in Palma, and in the last 10 years plurifamiliar houses construction dropped. So we have created the perfect storm to be where we are today. So it's very good to plan, but we have to differentiate between social housing, which has to be covered by the administration. But the big problem of the islands and of Mallorca and Palma in particular is that is affordable housing, which might be part of this assessed housing, where we also need to to act, to intervene quickly, urgently, and we have taken 20 years, because this planning, which Hans has mentioned, will be ready in 8 years' time. And in 8 years' time, we have heard, we are talking that we are going to, the problem will be even worse. In 2037, 100,000 more people in Palma. So this is a structural problem of the last 20 years, without taking into account that it will be translated to the future. So we have to try to find solutions on the short term without any doubt. So the urbanism Palma plan can go in many directions, but in the end, it's a tool for the medium and long term. Also, unluckily, due to over-regulation on the Balearic Islands and on Mallorca. I would talk about a battle of, or a battery of solutions, and one, they have to go through a housing law with the maximum consensus as possible, as we have heard in the last round table, not only about policies, but also among sectors. So as wide as possible, so that it's in the medium and long term and it's effective. So, and in which to intervene and in urbanistic planning and all the paperwork, taxes, and creation of neighborhoods, taking advantage of European funds, statal plans. Europe is now for many years in the line of replacing neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods cannot be reconverted, and there is an opportunity with Europe and with here our central state law, in which it's mandatory to provide soil. We have seen here many failures also in the legislation. So providing soil for affordable renting also. And clear coordination, number two, between all administrations. I think all lawyers, technicians here suffer from this ruling chaos to go ahead and get licenses, develop soil for housing. And third, so we will not reach the end of the... So I try to be very telegraphic. So simplification of laws, a general plan with an important consensus of all what has to be necessary, and in cooperation with developers and a series of plans and indicators of neighborhoods to get housing on the market as Songoleu, Camprado, microurbanism, local premises, transforming them to housing under certain conditions and generate housing. So work on densities, houses of 2, 3 floors. I interrupt you. These were my next questions. So I will need now to give a lot of room and time to our mayor. So the diagnosis, I don't know if you agree that part of the problem is maybe due to lacks. Jaime Martinez has named a lot of solutions. I'm sure probably you agree with many of them, but what is, in your opinion, what do you think are the solutions on behalf of the administration? Okay, I think the diagnosis, what I've been hearing here, I think the diagnosis is clear and the solutions must come from all of us, not only from me. So with housing, I think first we need a big social agreement, a treaty, a pact. So after the pandemic, we overcame this situation. We are in a very favorable situation. We have administered the pandemic in a different way, creating agreements, sharing, sitting together on one table, all administrations, and it has worked. I think housing should or could also be the object of a social pact. And then we need, secondly, a general pact. And I commit that in 2023 we have this general pact because if not, we will not have a solution. So I commit to approve this plan this year, which can facilitate questions we are discussing here as social housing. And mentally, I think we should place housing in a different way. So I think we should be daring, should be the fifth pillar. And we have issued daring laws as for education or health. And with housing, it's more or less the same problem. I think the administration here housing has to be an effective right, because this will enable that we all work in this line, that the legislation is not enough. We need budget to construct, to build public housing. Nowadays, we have 12 developments in Palma, for instance, and if we issue that in a good way, many families will have access to public housing. Social housing, if we start with that, and we provide helps and we simplify paperwork, and we enhance social housing, decreasing the property tax, for instance, then we are giving help. So this is the change, providing help, reducing paperwork, and adopt measures and have an agreement and sign and agree this plan. So this is for starters. So I don't know who posed the possibility that the budget of the autonomous region or of each town hall, that there is an obligation 1% for housing. So you talked about this objective right to housing. And this linked to what Hans said, that in the Balearic, the majority of income comes from abroad. I don't know if it would be interesting to have this percentage of the budget devoted for housing. So now I'm also thinking of solutions. What do you think, Mr. Mayor? So we have a rule that the Office for Soil has to get money from these taxes. And this was not the situation. So we have created now a bubble or a part of own money to incentivize this construction. So now we have a regulation which enables town halls to get this money from taxes. But as I said, we need daring laws. The autonomic law has elements which have not been developed, which might enable to release more housing. And this is a royal decree which is not really being enforced, and I think could be a good measure to start. And also searching for partners as to licensing with for instance, with the architect chamber, we have signed an agreement so that that we can simplify in the end this entire process. And then in the end, the general plan will allow that some licenses will not be requested. So all these measures will be a help to go ahead. But I repeat, we need budget. We need from the autonomous region, from the state, and maybe at a European level, because this is not a situation or not only in Palma or here. It's also the situation in Europe in many places. So Europe, which touristic rental which some years ago they did not even think of fining illegal holiday rental platforms. So we were pioneering this question. Mr. Martinez, we have been talking a lot about public-private cooperation, and that it might be important because administrations have now not the capacity to release all the housing which is required. How can this solution be approached or posed to facilitate with less paperwork and without increasing prices more? So I will trace back to the question of budget. I think we should bear in mind that the administration is here to fulfill the social goal for vulnerable sector, but we need to provide tools so that the private sector can release and develop housing. So the general plan is not really the tool to facilitate that, and it could be even worse because this will create more legal insecurity. And by today we have seen data, updated data in 2002, the 22, only 500 licenses in Palma were granted for public or private, and taking into account the requirements of the general plan, which is not updated, we will take 50 years to cover our needs. So this general plan is important and necessary. So what is important here is to provide tools as to simplification, legal security. So this should not be a debate between candidates here, but now I have to give the floor to Mr. Mayor to react to that, and then we will give the floor to the other part of the panel. On one hand, I'm economist. Okay, the figures come and go. So in 4 years, how many houses? 844, 200 licenses a year. So many factors have an influence. But for me, we need a new general plan in this city, and I commit to that. This is my commitment, maybe not yours, and I think I can. This will be a general plan for all of us, and in which the groups of the municipality will partake. And we have also to break with some of the taboos here. So we have So I think it's a good idea to facilitate, to have more social, to convert premises to housing. Yes, I would love to. So allowing densifying and more construction. So in the new general plan, smaller smaller housing is allowed. So all that is, I think, so this is all my commitment to include all these points in the general plan. So I will refer to one thing, sustainability. We have heard about that all the morning, and circularity. Sustainability of the city has to do with densification, because we have now noticed that beside Corte Inglés, we have buildings of 3 floors, and whereas in the middle of Palma, downtown, we have 4 or 5 floors. So densification, is it a solution? I understood it when in a work shop I had a lady from Strongheim, Norway, and she said that densifying is sustainable if we see energy efficiency. And the lady from Buenos Aires said this is not possible. Densification cannot be sustainable. It has more smoke, more. So densification, I think, is relative, depends on the context, on, as we heard in the case of Gomila. And since I have the floor, I take advantage to say that when you come to Palma, I come from Barcelona, and it's a good example. I don't know how we are always talking about social housing, but I think we should kill social housing and talk about market solutions, which in a way represent something reasonable from the standpoint of the demand as well as of the offer. And I'm going to talk about Barcelona because since a time it's a quite innovative city, and two elements are important here. The importance of the tertiary sector, which is very important to consider as element to manage assets. I'm not talking about big holders, but of small holders, which are quite a lot. And then the operator Metropolis Barcelona, which is taking two companies and the town hall, two agents, and I dare to say they are not going there. They're going to build housing to affordable prices with a reasonable benefit, and I think this is quite interesting. Yes, and so I leave it like that. Hans, the property tax. What do you think about this proposal or idea? Yes, honestly, since we have the highest property tax in Spain, 13%, I would love to say customers that 30% of this tax is for social or for affordable housing, but we should think if we want to reach necessary figures. We recently had a summary of our situation of renting, and it's only 0.4% of our house portfolio, and it's very much under the European average. So we need a very, very big effort with all stakeholders, not only about money and budget, but we have here people from banks, real estate, constructors, so developers. So if we generate the conditions from the political standpoint, and we talk more about management and less about policy, I think in this room we could find the solution to go ahead and have a good portfolio. So as long as this roof is holding, and we can continue with all these forums we have as Monse, and so this is a very deep work we need here, and not here with nice slogans and very quick. So I think we can find plural, open solutions for the future, and we have them here at our hand, but we have to work all together.
If we talk about legislation, Mr. Martinez was proposing a very deep change of the housing law. I don't know what he meant, the one that we have here in the Balearic Islands. Some of them have approved by some of, which is a way to, and we have ways to have fast dwellings at an affordable price. Were you talking about the change of legislation? But then this agenda, we have a housing legislation in Madrid. We don't know what's going to be approved. There's a proposal there to limit the price of rental. But what do you propose for an immediate solution? I want to tackle the issue in a very immediate way. We need to handle with many things. The housing legislation at national and regional level has to be reshaped. And we have to talk about empty houses. The administration has to make an effort to stimulate and to see how can enable these empty houses. So when you say stimulate, means that the owner rents them, because the opposite process is sanctioning those that do not rent. Okay, we see history, we'll see that we have the carrot and the stick. The carrot is better than the steak. So you're against putting a limit to the price of the rent, and you're proposing giving stimulus to those that put their stock in the rental market. Yeah, of course. So we need to have the tools, and we need to modify the legislation accordingly. And I go back to the need to use different tools. One of them is the empty houses. Second, full refurbishing of full neighborhoods. This is something that we have in there. We have the example of Campredo, totally neglected and abandoned. And it's not urgent, is that this kind of is totally unacceptable. And the same happens in many other neighborhoods in the city. We need to take action now. And going back to this kind of micro surgery in the urban environment, we need to allow for the change of use of premises. This is not allowed in the master plan, only when it's for social housing. So we need to enable the change of use of premises. So premises should be turned as residential to have a better urban landscape and to have more houses. What do we need as well? We need to update the regulation at autonomous level. The habitability regulation has limitations according to the type of dwelling. In Europe, a loft is something that's very widely spread. Here in the Balearic Island, the loft is banned. So we need to change that. A loft could be accepted as a house. The co-living should be taken into account, should be regulated. There is something that I wanted to talk about, but I want to ask the mayor. We are talking about the national housing legislation. We are waiting whether there's an agreement on the new legislation. Is there going to be a limit? So with the autonomous community, can they set limits to the rental prices? Do you think it's a good idea? And then talking about empty houses, do you think that we need to stimulate with support or with facilities to have the empty houses to the market? Yeah, of course. I think we need to have to incentivize having empty houses in the market. So I think we should use both, the carrot and the stick. So the one that are not going to that, this is a luxury that we can't afford. So you are not having your empty house to the market. I'm going to sanction you. If you rent them at an affordable price, I'll give you a fiscal tax incentive. But in terms of the local rates, in Palma, we have very low local taxes for the dwellings. We are at the bottom comparing the level in Spain. But yeah, we have to stimulate. For many years in Palma, we had a program in the city hall. If you gave or leased the housing to the municipality was guaranteeing the rental and the maintenance, which didn't work out because the something that had been done by the private industry, easier with less paperwork. That's why the municipality didn't do it, because the private market was doing it better. So we have to do what we can do better than what the private market can do better. So yes, I think we have to do it. Concerning having a top on rentals, it has been mentioned before. I think we have to open all debates. I don't think we should be afraid of opening different debates. I think sometimes maybe we should try to having a maximum level to the rental. We try to have a top for the rental. We try, it doesn't work, we'll try something else, but we have to try it in some parts of the city. Okay, I think we need to finish. But before finishing, optimistic note, please. So we have overwhelming data. We feel sunk under the weight of the data. So can we have an optimistic vision? Are we going to be able to change the situation? Now we have so many citizens in the island that feel abandoned and neglected when we talk about housing. can we get out of this crisis, and how? Now we have the President of the government, and she has to say a few words. So please be very brief. Okay, Montserrat first. You have many data, a lot of information. You have a very interesting approach. In order to have information, we need to do research. But no, I think that we are in a very interesting moment because, as my grandma used to say, what is important is that people speak, not that they speak properly. And now the housing is on the highlights. Everybody's talking about housing. Everybody's entering in this awareness that this is a problem that needs to be resolved. And that's already a good sign. That's my first positive note. Second one, briefly. We are not on our own. It's not only happening in Spain or in Mallorca or in Palma. It is happening everywhere in Europe. The housing problem is there. Before, it was mentioned as a fundamental right, as the mayor said. If we had devoted all the money that we had devoted to health and education to housing, then we wouldn't have these problems, probably. So housing, because the relationship between private and public was seen as something secondary, and now I think this is the moment in which we need to face structural changes. Now we understand that it is essential that the housing becomes core as essential standing block of the welfare state. And that is, I'm going to listen to the others. Hans, I totally agree with what you were saying, Montserrat. The need and importance of housing has reached a level that is at the top and is joining people around the search of solution. We have been talking about them today. So we see there are different models, different formula that we have implemented, and we have to try. There's a political will to solve the problem. There are means, there are professionals able to bring it forward, and I think that, honestly speaking, we'll see how in the next few years there's going to be a radical shift to defend the residents that live here all year round. These are the ones that have been more negatively impacted, and we need to solve that. And then to finish, it is obvious that limiting and banning something that is is a product that has a lot of shortages won't make that the price is going to go down. So we have to take into account the economics. So let's contribute with measures that we know that they work in other places. We have experts, and all together, let's try to pull forward. So hopefully, in the next few years, we are some better, so we don't come back here saying, oh, we are just in the same problem. Short term, we have to react. If not, we are not going to solve it. We have to be realistic, and we have to be creative as well. We have to take into account that in 20 years' time, we had 1,500 social housing units. In the last 10 years in Palma, only 15 free market houses, with a growth of 100,000 more inhabitants in Palma in the last 20 years. And that's the same thing that we can foresee for the next 20 years. So we have to solve short, mid, and term, and long term with proposals and legislation. If we only try to do like that, we'll have the same problems of the past and of the future. Mr. Ila, yeah, I really agree with what Mons has said. We are all aligned. Housing is the issue. We need to be brave. We need to innovate. We need to develop resources. That's already changed. Before we had the same debate concerning unemployment. That's what we're talking about. Now, unemployment is not an issue anymore, so the next issue is housing. And I think we're going to be able, as a society, to solve it. We have solved more difficult problems. We were talking about sustainability, and it was impossible. And now all the industries, they all have into their workings sustainability, and everything's designed taking into account sustainability. So with the housing, the same. It has to be a social engagement and compromise. Housing is not what we had till now, because it's not guaranteed for the future. So we have to have a leap forward is to be the fifth pillar of the welfare state and have new legislation and invest money and involve the private market. This collaboration altogether is going to work. It has worked in the tourism industry as City Hall. We work with the foundation, with public-private, and it's working very well. Palma is a very successful tourism destination. So their formula happened in the pandemic. We had the president here. We reached social pacts, which helped the Balearic Islands to be the first in recovering. So we had to do that. And then we have the legal certainty to be able to invest. And this is the master plan. I have said that many times. The master plan and then a budget to implement measures to help owners and tenants, developers and builders to have more affordable housing. Okay, well, thank you very much to you all. It has been a very interesting debate. The last one. You are still here. No one has moved. That's a good sign. So thank you to you all for being here. Thank you to all the speakers. And I hope that some of these solutions that, by the way, there has been some agreement, which is good, it's good. Some agreement in some of the ideas, not in all of them, of course, there has to be debate, and there are different possibilities. I don't know whether next year we can say that some of the solutions have been working or not. I hope that they do work. Thank you very much to you all.
Muchísimas gracias a los cuatro. También.
Thank you very much to the four speakers and Anekane and the organizer of the event, Borbalan and the Economico. I think that we have been delighted. We are going to have it again next year because I think that we have been doing a good homework. We have analyzed very well the industry, and I think we have brought about solutions as well. We have heard about solutions here, and I hope that all our sponsors will be with us as well. KPMG, CaixaBank, Cabini, the Sara Group, Mar Capital, Feminist, Construir Capital, Domus Vivendi, Mallorca Design District, and Audi. So, and something else. I would like to add, if you allow me, that we have had nearly electoral debate, nearly. Anekane, fortunately, she has prevented it from happening. To close today's event, I would like to ask the President, Francina Armengol, to come here and to give us a few words to put the end to the closing session of this new edition of Mallorca Real Estate Summit 2023. Good morning or good afternoon, nearly. Thank you very much to the Economico Urbalana and to all the collaborators for organizing this kind of sessions, which help us have debates and sharing ideas on issues that are essential in our autonomous community. So thank you very much as well for inviting me to be here to say a few words in the closing session. And I know that this morning you have been entering in debates that were very deep and very income. And I think that working together is the best solution for any problem that we have to face as a society. And I said that many times in this island we have been able to do that. In really difficult moments, we have been able to reach agreement to decide how to face, in this term, the health pandemic, inflation, for the energy, for the war. We have been doing it all together. And I think we have been doing it very well. We are in a moment of a lot of economic growth, a lot of job creation, a lot of economic dynamism, and this is good for our autonomous community. So from this positive approach is how we need to face the solutions for other problems: housing, territory, land, the real estate. This is a very complex problem. We don't have one single formula to solve everything. That doesn't happen. We are all aware that we need to challenge or we need to face the issue from different approaches and solutions. And in the last 8 years that I have been in the presidency of the government, that's what we have been trying to do. I think the professor at the university, that she was the one that she said that first we are aware of the fact that whenever we look around in Europe, in our neighboring countries, cities, societies, islands, where there's a lot of economic dynamism, good weather, tourism pressure, the housing problem is a reality. It's not so only for Palma, Mallorca, Ibiza, Menorca, Formentera. It's a problem that impacts in many other places, much more complex. So from the singularity, we have to implement more global policies. Having said that, our islands are a limited and fragile territory. So we are prone to have more problems due to the climate change and its impact. And I think that you all understand the way we build will have an impact on the measure we are facing to try to prevent climate change. Architecture and dwelling, that has an impact on climate change. I keep saying that now. There's a 20 million euro program. We are launching a tender through the College of Architects and others. We are giving certificates to buildings that have energy efficiency. This is important. Energy efficiency is important as well concerning climate change. If we move on working together as government, and I said it, we have to do it from the agreement, dialogue with all the sectors, all the industries, with something that is a premise. The right to housing is a fundamental right for everybody, for all the citizens. We have approved the legislation on real estate agents, avoiding non-professional workers there, so everybody can have proper professional conditions. With the builders as well, we are working with them to see how in an inflation moment, the public investment, which is the highest we are doing now in the history of our democracy. We have the highest level of investment, so we can keep the building industry working. Moving on to housing, in the Balearic Island, we have taken part in a very good legislation concerning housing. I'm happy with our legislation, but we have to keep moving on. It's not something that has stopped. When we start with the wheel turning, we have to keep pushing it in order to enable the citizens to have a house. Middle class, working class people live in the islands, and to allow that our children and grandchildren to be able to stay in their towns and villages, and they can keep living in their space where they want, the place where they love and where they're brought up. In order to make all that possible, we need to have public instruments, and we need to have as well private instruments. No doubt about it. That's why we need these joint agreements, public and private. As a government, what have we been doing? I know that you're aware of it, so it's going to be a very fast summary. We have been promoting the help to the most vulnerable to access housing. More help than ever, more support for the rental. There are people that are paying rents, so supporting, giving subsidies. Building social housing, we know what we had before, nothing. So we had to build. So we had to start and build a lot of social housing, public housing. So we have 73% increase in the stock of public housing, but with one condition: they're going to be always public housing, social housing, because before, after 30 years, they went back to the open market. That's why we didn't have less stock in public housing in our autonomous community. We need to have higher benchmarking so we can compare to other countries in the Northern Europe. We don't have the proper stock in order to ensure that all our citizens can enjoy their right to housing. Building more, we are achieving something. How can we build more? And this one I've been talking about it with the mayor. It's not only the government. The municipality need to plan properly the land, and planning has to be more agile, and we need to be able to change the land planning without having to work for 10 years. We need to change there. I'm aware of that. I think that we need to be more agile in the regulation in order to introduce the real changes that we need. And this has to be very fast. But we need as well that the municipalities plan the use of their land to have proper price housing. Then it can be given to the municipality, or they can build their public housing. We do that in Calvia. We need to have policies to support the rehabilitation of empty dwellings. We can do it from the administration. And there are two things I would like to highlight, and then I'll finish. First, we are highly committed and have more houses for those that need it, of course. And this social rental, that's part of the public housing stock. And we are reaching many families. Yesterday, I was distributing houses, giving the keys of houses, and you cannot imagine what that means for someone to be able to have a roof or not to have a roof. It changes your life, your full life. And what is fair is that everybody is entitled to have a roof over their heads in this local and regional autonomy. And everybody in the world should have a roof over their heads. This kind of housing years ago was stigmatized, and now it has very good levels from an architectural approach. And I like to thank IBAVI, the Social Housing Institute, because we have so many competition. We have been working with many buffets of architects from all of Spain that have been here working in public housing. And we have public housing in all the cities and towns and villages. And it's not stigmatized. People want to access this public housing, which will guarantee you a proper life and take into account the energy efficiency and circular economy and zero-kilometer approaches. We want that all these houses are being built, and you have seen them before in the wonderful exhibition we have in the Born in Palma, have this quality and this idea that public housing doesn't mean that we are not building a good city. On the contrary, it is essential that when we are building public housing, we need to take into account the city that we are building in. And how are we doing it? From the perspective I said before, environmental sustainability and climate change. We do that in the public administration. We need to reach an agreement with the private part to have houses at proper prices. We have reached agreement with the developers, trying to have at least 14,000. 6 months ago, we updated all the paperwork. So 513 new permits have been applied for, which is not much, but it's a beginning. And we cannot say now stop and then stop and now I start again. Then it's not a public policy. We never shut down health, regardless of who is in power in the government. Education, social services, public transport, that goes on regardless of who's in government. So housing policy, which is part of the strategy of our politics, and I say this is a state politics, this is something that we should all share, because it should be a state policy here in this autonomous community in order to ensure that people can enjoy their rights. And I'm aware that we have territorial limitations. We are a fragile community, but we have a lot of potential. And I go back to the beginning. It is true that we have a challenge, but we have a challenge because we are a very attractive autonomous community with a very high tourism pressure. That's why we have this holiday rental legislation. That's why we banned it, in order not to compete with the residents in many spaces. And we need to keep working together in all that. And then we have a reality. The population has increased by 2. We have multiplied by 2 the population in 20 years, and we have to face this new reality. And we have challenges, which are really important, but then we have obligations towards the citizens that live in the island and then want to stay in the islands. And this is the right to the access of a house. I think that all together we can achieve it. And through agreements, we can find solutions. I think we are working on the right path. And this is what we see in all the indicators, economic, social. If we are such an attractive community, it's because here we have some good conditions that entice people to move here. And that's the reality for the good and for the bad. And as President, I'm committed to keep working very hard in order to make it possible that everybody has access to enjoy the right to a house. And this is one of the first essential rights that every citizen should be able to enjoy and have guaranteed. Thank you very much.
So many thanks. We end up here. And we wait for you now with the finger food. And last job for the speakers, a picture. Thank you, and let's see you. Bye.